Chapter 1420 Ashoka Wood. Chapter 1420 Ashoka Wood. Cough. Right then, a soft cough sounded from the dust not far away. A figure slowly crawled out of the shattered pit. He was covered in dust and looked wretched. It was the half-martial ancestor expert, Elder Hui Xing, who was suppressed by Su Zimo earlier on. Hui Shen, put away that talisman. There's no need to alarm the patriarch about this. Elder Hui Xing shook his head. Abbot Hui Shen hesitated for a moment before putting the talisman into his storage bag. However, he was still on guard as though he could take it out at any moment. Elder Hui Xing looked at Su Zimo. Desolate Marshal, on account of the fact that you've established your Tao for all living beings, I'm not willing to alarm the patriarch to kill you. However, you have to remember that you've inherited the legacy of Daming Monastery and Fahua Monastery, so you're also considered as half a disciple of the Buddhist monasteries. That's precisely the reason why I held back. Su Zimo replied indifferently, otherwise, which of those people who attacked me earlier, including you, would have survived? Su Zimo had always been decisive in killing. However, this time round, even though he was surrounded and even bullied by a superior half-martial ancestor of Dharpamkara Monastery, he held back and did not kill. Although the battle was intense earlier on, none of the monks of Dharpamkara Monastery died. Even monk Kong Ryu, who provoked him first, merely fainted after a single shout from Su Zimo without any injuries. The monks exchanged glances in silence. They knew in their hearts that given Desolate Marshal's notorious methods in the past, it was already rare for him to restrain himself in his rage. How many Dharma-characteristic Tao Lords and conjoint body mighty figures died in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley against Desolate Marshal? Abbot Hui Shen could not help but say, even so, you can't be unreasonable and barge into our monastery. Foo-foo. Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. When I came to visit, I did not cross any lines at all. I waited for 6 whole hours outside Dharpamkara Monastery, but there was no response from you guys. The monks were silent. I wanted to head up the mountain and reason things out with you guys. However, you guys stopped me, refused to see me and even attacked me. Su Zimo had a mocking expression. Great, now that you've attacked and can't win, you want to try and convince me with your logic? You. Abbot Hui Shen was speechless and blushed in shame after hearing Su Zimo's words. I only have one question. Where is Ming Zhen? Su Zimo's gaze burned as it landed on the faces of Abbot Hui Shen and the others. He said slowly, back in the Tao inheritance ground, Ming Zhen was still the titular disciple. When was his title taken away? After pausing for a moment, Su Zimo hesitated for a long time before gritting his teeth and asking, Ming Zhen, is he alive or dead? The monks remained silent. Monk Hui Shen said with slight embarrassment, Patron Desolate Marshal, monks don't lie. It's true that Ming Zhen is not in the monastery and has already left. Where did he go? Su Zimo asked right after. Abbot Hui Shen hesitated. Su Zimo's heart sank as he sensed that something was amiss. He hollered, give me an answer whether Ming Zhen is dead or alive. Sigh. At the side, Elder Hui Xing sighed. Ming Zhen should be dead. Although he was prepared for this, Su Zimo still felt a sense of sadness when he heard Elder Hui Xing's words. In his mind, he could not help but recall the little monk at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley who had clear, innocent eyes and a single heart towards Buddhism. A voice seemed to echo in his ears, Ming Xin, I'm your senior brother from now on. In the Tao inheritance ground, the young monk wielded the green lantern and came forth without hesitation to fight alongside her. But now, everything that happened in the past had turned into dust after a single sentence from Elder Hui Xing. Tell me, what happened? Su Zimo stood quietly for a long time before calming down. He took a deep breath and asked slowly. We'll have to start from 10 years ago. Elder Hui Xing reminisced. About 10 years ago, cultivators of Southern Jewel Sect discovered an utmost treasure in the vicinity of the sect. Southern Jewel Sect. Su Zimo's expression changed. Southern Jewel Sect, one of the 108 upper sects. Back when he first entered the intermediate ancient battlefield, he encountered cultivators of Southern Jewel Sect and vaguely remembered that there was a female cultivator named Tang Shiyun. As he pondered, Elder Hui Xing continued, That utmost treasure is a huge chunk of Ashoka wood. Suzumo's heart skipped a beat. Ashoka wood. Monk Yuan Bei had once said that there were 3 sacred trees in the Buddhist monasteries, the Ashoka, Bodhi, and Sal tree. The 3 sacred trees were not in Tianhuang mainland and were recorded in the ancient books of the Buddhist monasteries that they should be in the Pure Land. Now that he thought about it, the Pure Land of the Buddhist monasteries might be a term for the upper world. In the ancient era, a Saraka flower fell onto Tianhuang mainland and was obtained by the founder master of Fahua Monastery. It was regarded as an utmost treasure of the Buddhist monasteries and passed down till this day. Eventually, it landed in Suzumo's body and became a part of it. As the name suggested, the Ashoka wood was a part of the Ashoka tree. The Saraka flower was just a single flower of the Ashoka tree, and it already possessed so many mysterious powers. How incredible was a huge chunk of Ashoka wood! Even conjoint body mighty figures would be tempted by such a large chunk of Saraka wood. Elder Huisheng continued, for some reason, news of this large chunk of Ashoka wood that appeared in Southern Dual sect spread for some reason and triggered a catastrophe that destroyed their sect. Why? Did some sect, faction, or peerless expert snatch the Ashoka wood away? Suzumo asked with a narrowed gaze. No. Elder Huisheng shook his head. The one who attacked was not a faction of the cultivation world, but one of the primordial 9 races, the Bloodvine race. Suzumo's eyes shone brightly with killing intent. Elder Huisheng said, the true form of the Bloodvine race is the primordial Bloodvine. Although it's bloodthirsty, it's still a type of vegetation. For them, the Ashoka wood is an absolute tonic and is fatally attractive. Not long after this news spread, the Bloodvine army attacked Southern Dual sect. Suzumo replied indifferently, if I'm not wrong, Dharpamkara Monastery didn't help, right? Elder Huisheng laughed bitterly. How do we help? The Bloodvine race is menacing and we won't be able to defend against them alone as well. Humph. Suzumo sneered. All those were mere excuses. It was merely because this matter had nothing to do with them and Dharpamkara Monastery was unwilling to get involved. However, the fact that Dharpamkara Monastery, one of the 6 Buddhist monasteries and a super sect of the cultivation world, had such an attitude was heartbreaking. Suzumo asked again, what happened after that? What has this got to do with Mingzhen? Upon hearing that, the monks of Dharpamkara Monastery looked ashamed. A moment later, Elder Huisheng said, we had no intention of stepping in, but Mingzhen insisted on heading to Southern Dual sect. He said that even if we don't fight the Bloodvine race head-on, we have to think of a way to save some people. Most of the cultivators from Southern Dual sect are innocent. Buddha is compassionate and can purify the masses. We can't sit idly by and do nothing. At that point, Suzumo was silent. Amitabha. The monks lowered their heads in shame and chanted Buddhist proclamations. Chapter 1421, Killing Badges. Chapter 1421, Killing Badges. Suzumo was not surprised that Dharpamkara Monastery would make such a choice. In truth, be it sects, factions, or cultivators themselves, they could only live ignobly in the incomparably cruel cultivation world. Although immortal sects were orthodox and viewed slaying demons and fiends as their responsibilities, they might not interfere if a fearsome demon or fiend truly appeared. On the contrary, it was not uncommon for immortal and fiend sects to join forces for certain benefits. It was the same for the Buddhist monasteries. Buddha was compassionate and purified all living beings. However, how many people who cultivated Buddhism could truly be compassionate and take pity on all living beings? Notwithstanding Dharpamkara Monastery, wouldn't other supersects of the South region choose to stay out of it as well? Suzumo was not surprised either that Mingzhen would make such a decision. That was because he had lived at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley with Mingzhen for a full 20 years and knew the latter way too well. Mingzhen had a pure heart and focused wholeheartedly on Buddhism. Even in this treacherous environment, nothing changed. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva once made a vow that he would not become a Buddha until hell was empty. It was because Mingzhen inherited that vow that he was able to obtain the recognition and inheritance of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in the Tao inheritance ground. Southern Dual sect was attacked by the Bloodvine race and the dangers there were no different from hell. Su Zimo looked at Elder Huisheng, Abbot Huishen and the other monks and said slowly, "Indeed, Mingzhen is inferior to you guys in terms of cultivation realm. However, none of you can ever compare to his magnanimity." The monks sighed and lowered their heads without arguing. Letting out a long breath, Su Zimo asked again, "What happened after?" Mingzhen insisted on heading there, so I could only remind him not to take the risk and to leave as soon as possible if anything went wrong. However, Abbot Huishun hesitated for a moment and his eyes dimmed as he sighed. However, Mingzhen never came out after entering Southern Dual Sect. Su Zimo's expression turned cold as he questioned loudly. Mingzhen was the titular disciple and yet, Dharpamkara Monastery chose not to interfere even when something happened to him in the south region. Sigh. Abbot Huishun wanted to say something but eventually, he let out a long sigh. How should we interfere? Mingzhen refused to heed our advice. A monk at the side muttered softly. What did you say? Su Zimo glared at that person coldly and hollered. The monk was so scared that he swallowed the words he was about to say and remained silent, not even daring to meet Su Zimo's gaze. Elder Huisheng sighed gently. Patron Desolate Marshal, I know that you might not be able to accept some of the things we say. However, we truly have no other choice. We heard that the young master of the Bloodvine race led an army this time round and killed his way into Southern Dual Sect. There were thousands of them. As for the young master of the Bloodvine race, Teng Lingzi, he's the strongest monster incarnate of the current generation. Although he's only at the conjoint body realm, I'm not his match either. Foo. Su Zimo could not help but sneer. As a supersect, Dharpamkara Monastery has Mahayana patriarchs, right? If half-martial ancestors can't do it, summon patriarchs out of seclusion. Didn't you guys want to summon a patriarch to kill me earlier on? Why? You have the guts to kill me but you don't have the guts to kill someone from another race? No. Elder Huisheng shook his head. If we summon a patriarch, we can naturally suppress the Bloodvine race in Southern Dual Sect. However, that will definitely alarm the patriarch of the Bloodvine race and that will be a disaster for Dharpamkara Monastery. Summon an emperor at that time then, Su Zimo said in a deep voice. Dharpamkara Monastery has a long history. Don't you have any emperors? After a long silence, Elder Huisheng sent a voice transmission slowly. Patron Desolate Marshal, how difficult is it to become an emperor? In the history of Dharpamkara Monastery, there have indeed been emperors. However, there were no patriarchs to become emperors in this generation. This is a secret of Dharpamkara Monastery. Patron Desolate Marshal, please don't spread it. Su Zimo was silent. The fact that Elder Huisheng could reveal such a secret to him meant that he had indeed given it careful thought before making such a choice. Elder Huisheng sent another voice transmission. We're not alone. We carry the fate of the entire Dharpamkara Monastery on our shoulders. If we save Mingzhen and provoke the Patriarch or even the Emperor of the Bloodvine race, the legacy of Dharpamkara Monastery will be lost and will be eternal sinners of Dharpamkara Monastery. Although Su Zimo did not agree with Dharpamkara Monastery's decision, he could not find the heart to blame them further either. Against Mingzhen and the sect's legacy and thousands of monks, Dharpamkara Monastery chose the latter to protect the sect's legacy and their monks. It was hard to tell if the choice was a right or wrong one. At the very least, Su Zimo did not agree with it. If they were to retreat in the face of the foreign races today, the latter would definitely push their luck. A constant retreat was not a solution. However, even if Dharpamkara Monastery wanted to join forces with the other supersects for this matter, they might not receive any response. Which sect or faction would want to provoke the primordial 9 races for no reason and attract trouble for themselves? After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo asked again, since that's the case, why did you guys have to be secretive? All you had to do was explain the matter. Even if you guys feel guilty, it shouldn't be to the extent where you guys should stop me from climbing the mountain and even fight me, right? Dharpamkara Monastery chose to sacrifice Mingzhen to protect the sect. It was only natural for the monks of Dharpamkara Monastery to feel guilty and dread facing Su Zimo. Even so, Dharpamkara Monastery's reaction was a little extreme. This. Abbot Huisheng hesitated for a moment and said embarrassedly, Patron Desolate Marshal, you might not know about it yet. After news of you being alive spread, the god, Witch, Heavenly Eye, Golden Crow, Bloodvine, and Rakshasa races laid down killing badges for you one after another. Killing badges? Suzimo narrowed his eyes. He had read some records about that badge in some ancient books as well. In the primordial era, the killing badge was the most threatening death badge of the primordial 9 races. Once the killing badge was released, the primordial races would spare no effort to kill the other party. Anyone who received that badge would be equivalent to a dead man. In the ancient era, only the emperors of the human race ever received killing badges from the primordial races. Of course, some emperors were indeed killed by the primordial races. However, for existences like the eternal human emperor, the primordial races could not do anything to him even with their killing badges. The killing badge of the primordial races had not appeared ever since the ancient war. Nobody expected that badge to descend in this generation. Furthermore, all 6 races had released killing badges. The badges openly stated that anyone who tried to take in Desolate Marshal would be massacred in blood by the primordial races. Abbot Huishan said, "Patron Desolate Marshal, please forgive us. I'm afraid no sect or faction in Tianhuang mainland would dare to have anything to do with you, let alone our Dharpamkara monastery." Suzimo understood. If Dharpamkara monastery did not stop him from climbing the mountain, countless experts of the primordial races would descend upon Dharpamkara monastery if news of this spread. However, Dharpamkara monastery would not incur the hostility of the primordial races if they fought against Suzimo. Therefore, once Suzimo forced his way up the mountain, Dharpamkara monastery would attack no matter what to avoid the killing intent of the primordial races. Chapter 1422, Dead or Alive. Chapter 1422, Dead or Alive. The primordial 6 races sure think highly of me. Suzimo laughed without any fear in his eyes. Patron Desolate Marshal, let me say one more thing. You must not underestimate your opponent. The killing badge is irreconcilable once release. Elder Huishing said earnestly, the primordial races will send top-tier experts to look for you, and their combat strength is not something the primordial race beings of Heaven and Earth Valley can compare with. If these experts fail to succeed, the primordial races will send even stronger people to kill you. Even Ethereal Peak and 100 Refinement sect won't be able to defend against it, let alone you. In the ancient era, there were even many emperors of the human race who could not withstand the killing badges and died in the hands of the primordial races. I got it. Thank you for your reminder, fellow Daoist. Suzimo nodded and turned to leave. He had already asked about Ming Zhen, and there was no need for him to get entangled with the monks of Dharpamkara monastery. Furthermore, now that he was hunted by the primordial 6 races, Dharpamkara monastery would want nothing more than to avoid him. Why should he linger here and attract attention? The monks of Dharpamkara monastery heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Suzimo leave. Only Elder Huishing frowned slightly with a worried expression and could not help but ask, Patron Desolate Marshal, where are you going? Southern Dual Sect. Suzimo said indifferently. Ah! The monks exclaimed in shock. Desolate Marshal was truly audacious. Instead of hiding from the killing badges of the primordial races, he was going to offer himself to them. Elder Huishing hesitated for a moment and persuaded, Patron Desolate Marshal, pardon me for being blunt. Right now, the 50 kilometers around 6 Stars Mountain of Southern Dual Sect is occupied by the Bloodvine race. There are probably more than 10,000 beings from the Bloodvine race on 6 Stars Mountain. With the young master of the Bloodvine race personally guarding, even super sects and factions won't be able to match them, let alone you. What Elder Huishing said was indeed the truth. Given the current strength of the Bloodvine race in Southern Dual Sect, unless a human patriarch appeared or super sects of the South region joined forces, Suzimo would truly be weak alone. That's right, Mingzhen is already dead. There's no hurry to take revenge, Patron Desolate Marshal. Abbot Huishan persuaded as well. How do you know that Mingzhen is already dead? Suzimo paused in his tracks and asked. It's been 10 years. Mingzhen must have died a long time ago after falling into the hands of the Bloodvine race. How can he still be alive? Abbot Huishan laughed bitterly. Mingzhen is my friend and also my senior brother. Since he's in Southern Dual Sect, I want to see him alive or dead. Su Zimo's face was filled with killing intent as he said murderously, "If Mingzhen dies, the Blood Vine race beings at Southern Jewel Sect will have to die with her." With that, he left Dharpamkara Monastery without turning back. Patron Desolate Marshal. Elder Hui Xing looked at Su Zimo's back view and reminded once more, "There's a high chance that a Blood Vine half-martial ancestor is guarding 6 Stars Mountain. You have to be careful." Su Zimo's movement technique was extremely fast and he disappeared from the monk's line of sight in the blink of an eye. "Elder, what's the use of reminding him?" A conjoint body monk said. "Desolate Marshal is obstinate and egoistic. His personality is persistent and can't differentiate between good and evil. Since he insists on courting death, we've already done our best to explain both sides of the situation to him. Why should we have to persuade him insistently?" "That's right. Even if you persuade him out of goodwill, he might not reciprocate," another monk added. Elder Hui Xing frowned and turned around. He looked at the 2 monks who spoke earlier on and said in a deep voice, "Don't forget, his Desolate Marshal. Desolate Marshal who established the martial Dao and brought blessings to the masses. That merit can be passed down through history and affect the world. Even ancient emperors can't compare to it. We should already feel guilty for not helping him. How can you guys have the cheek to say something like that?" Elder Hui Xing was in charge of discipline and had always been stern. Although he was suppressed by Desolate Marshal earlier on, he was still a fearsome presence in Dharpamkara Monastery. The 2 monks lowered their heads and did not dare to say anything. "The 2 of you, reflect on your mistakes against an empty wall and copy the Heart Sutra 10,000 times. Elder Hui Xing said in a deep voice, "Not even a single time less." "Yes." The 2 monks did not dare to argue and acknowledged their mistakes before scurrying away. Sigh. Elder Hui Xing looked in the direction Su Zimo left and sighed. "I hope that the heavens will bless him." After leaving Dharpamkara Monastery, Su Zimo took out a map and determined his direction before heading towards Southern Jewel Sect. In truth, this Green Lotus true body of his was the one that was truly in danger against the killing badge of the primordial 6 races. He had 3 true bodies. Right now, the Dragon Phoenix true body was in the ancestral dragon ground. Unless the primordial 6 races joined forces and attacked the Dragon Bone Valley, the Dragon Phoenix true body would not be in any danger. As for the martial Dao true body, it was outside the 3 realms and was not in the 5 elements. Not many people knew of its existence. Furthermore, his martial Dao true body was hidden in Pingyang town and cultivated in seclusion. It was difficult for the primordial 6 races to look for him. However, it was different for the Green Lotus true body. If the Green Lotus true body were to travel through Tianhuang mainland, he would definitely leave behind various traces and it would be easy to be exposed. At that time, experts of the primordial races would definitely hunt him down. If his opponents were at the conjoint body realm, it would be fine. However, things would be troublesome if they were half-martial ancestors of the primordial races. The Green Lotus true body had just entered the conjoint body realm and could suppress human half-martial ancestors. However, the outcome of a fight against a primordial race half-martial ancestor was unpredictable. Teng Lingzi of the Blood Vine race was already troublesome to deal with. If there were truly Blood Vine half-martial ancestors on 6 Stars Mountain of Southern Jewel Sect, there would indeed be quite a bit of danger for this trip. Of course, no matter what, Su Zimo had to check things out at Southern Jewel Sect. In his opinion, the reason why the Blood Vine race destroyed Southern Jewel Sect and occupied 6 Stars Mountain was not merely because of the birth of the Ashoka Wood. The Ashoka Wood might just be an opportunity. In this generation, the primordial races were restless and had signs of activity. Back in Myriad Phenomenon City, the appearance of the Rakshasa and God race was the beginning. Later on, the calamity of the Witch Gu of the North region. The battle at Heaven and Earth Valley of the Middle Continent. In fact, even that battle at Penglai Island. At that time, Su Zimo merely instinctively thought that Penglai Island and the Golden Crow race had joined forces to set a trap to kill him. However, upon further thought, there was a possibility. Penglai Island was already controlled by the Golden Crow race. According to Elder Hui Xing, not every supersect had an emperor backing them. Without emperors, Even Mahayana patriarchs won't be able to defend against the primordial races. The outcome of Fahua and Daming monasteries of the North region 10,000 years ago was clear. Even with the Dharma Emperor around, they were destroyed by an ancestor realm dragon. The gap between them was obvious. If Suzimo's deduction was not wrong, there was a high chance that the actions of the primordial races would only increase in the future. The primordial races would definitely not be willing to live an ignoble existence. When the patriarchs or even emperors of the primordial races walked out, the situation of Tianhuang mainland would change completely. Chapter 1423, Tenglingzi. Chapter 1423, Tenglingzi. 6 Stars Mountain. It was a rather famous place in the south region that was known to be picturesque. There were 6 main peaks: Heavenly Residence Peak, Heavenly Bridge Peak, Heavenly Secrets Peak, Heavenly Assimilation Peak, Heavenly Blessings Peak and 7 Kills Peak. The 6 main peaks corresponded to the 6 southern dual stars in the firmaments and interacted with heaven and earth with a rich spirit chi. Many years ago, when the founder master of Southern Dual sect traveled here and discovered this paradise, he established his sect here. The sect grew rapidly and produced many renowned cultivators. But now, the region of 6 Stars Mountain was blood red and filled with vines with human faces. Densely packed, it was sinister and resembled a scene from hell. The blood-colored vines extended rapidly over the past 10 years and had already occupied an area within 50 kilometers of 6 Stars Mountain. There were no other living beings in the radius of 50 kilometers apart from the blood-colored vines. The vegetation withered. The barren land was filled with skeletons. It was one of the primordial 9 races, the Bloodvine race. This was the only flora race among the primordial 9 races. It was because the Bloodvine race was the most domineering among the flora race. As long as a bloodvine grew within a region, the nutrients of other flora would be sucked dry until they died. Furthermore, the Bloodvine race was extremely violent and bloodthirsty. If any living being were to step foot into the territory of the Bloodvine race, they would be devoured flesh and blood, leaving nothing but a skeleton. Even in the primordial era, a Bloodvine race was not allowed to appear in the habitat of other primordial races. 7 Kills Peak. In a palace filled with blood vines, a young man in scarlet blood robes sat on a high seat. He held a blood-colored gourd in his left hand and beneath him was a throne made up of bones. Around the throne was a large circle of human skulls that were stained with blood. This was the young master of the Bloodvine race, Tenglingzi. At that moment, more than 10 cultivators with frightened expressions floated in front of Tenglingzi. All of them were pale and trembling in fear. Although those cultivators were dirty, their robes revealed that they were cultivators of Southern Dual sect. Fufu fufu. Tenglingzi looked at the cultivators before him and smiled sinisterly, saying in a gentle voice, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Be obedient." As he spoke, more than 10 blood-colored vines the size of arms extended from Tenglingzi's wide blood robes and coiled towards the cultivators. Oh, oh. The eyes of those cultivators were filled with fear as they struggled with all their might. However, they could not move or speak and could only let out muffled sounds. The more than 10 cultivators could only watch helplessly as the thick, grisly blood vines approached them. This process was an immense torture for the cultivators. Unable to withstand it, a female cultivator broke down and fainted on the spot. The other cultivators shuddered as well and looked at Tenglingzi pleadingly. Tenglingzi had a smug expression as he enjoyed the fear of the food before him. In his eyes, these cultivators were nothing more than food. They were his food. In the primordial era, humans were the weakest race and could only be enslaved as food. The more fearful the food was, the more excited the blood-robed youth was. Although the Bloodvine race was one of the primordial 9 races and had a powerful bloodline, they could only live ignobly all these years. Tenglingzi had had enough. Thankfully, the fortune of the human race was depleted and the era of the primordial races had arrived. "Are you scared? Are you afraid?" Tenglingzi smiled gently. "However, I'm still going to eat you guys up." As he spoke, the circular human faces on the top of the blood-colored vines suddenly split open, revealing sharp fangs and a torrential blood stench. Poof! A blood vine suddenly popped out and chomped down on the head of a cultivator. The vine twitched and swallowed it bit by bit. The remaining cultivators were scared out of their wits when they saw that. A cultivator's life force drained rapidly and his gaze dimmed. That person was frightened to death. Sigh. Ting Lingzi sighed. I've got to eat you up as soon as possible. Once you're dead, your flesh won't be fresh anymore. Poof. A blood vine opened its mouth and swallowed the cultivator. A moment later, the first blood vine that swallowed opened its mouth once more and spat out a pile of bones that were stained with fresh blood. The remaining cultivators were in despair. They knew that they would not be able to escape the fate of being devoured. Before long, more than 10 cultivators were devoured by the blood-robed youth. Tang Lingzi let out a long breath and licked his grisly red tongue with a delighted expression. The blood-colored gourd in his left palm turned even more vibrant and sinister. Reporting in, young master. Right then, a Bloodvine clansman beside the palace said in a deep voice, "There's not much food left in the captivity of 6 Stars Mountain. It can probably only last you for another year. Seems like I've got to go out and capture some food back." Tang Lingzi twisted his neck. These hundreds of thousands of food from Southern Dual Sect are truly worthless. In just 10 years, they're gone. As he said that, he smacked his lips as though he was reminiscing. Actually, there's a monastery in the south region that has sufficient food. Furthermore, they're all of good quality. Tang Lingzi narrowed his eyes and said faintly, "You're referring to Darpamkara Monastery, young master?" The Bloodvine clansman below asked. "Yes." Tang Lingzi nodded. Darpamkara Monastery is one of the 6 Buddhist monasteries of the human cultivation world. We might not be able to take them down with our strength. The Bloodvine clansman analyzed. Tang Lingzi laughed. "If we want to attack Darpamkara Monastery, we'll naturally have to invite my father." If the clan leader were to attack, there would be no doubt about it. The Bloodvine clansman nodded. Tang Lingzi smiled. Actually, Darpamkara Monastery is only strong on the surface as well. Their titular disciple has been in my hands for 10 years and yet, no one dares to come. I'm guessing that there's no emperor in Darpamkara Monastery in this generation. You sure are wise, young master. The Bloodvine clansman hurriedly flattered before asking, "When are you prepared to attack Darpamkara Monastery with the clan leader, young master?" "There's no rush." Tang Lingzi said indifferently, "Once I absorb all the power of the Ashoka wood, I might be able to become a half-martial ancestor or even advance to the ancestor realm. At that time, I can flatten Darpamkara Monastery without my father even stepping in. The 3 aristocratic families will be next after we flatten Darpamkara Monastery. At that time, the entire south region will be in the control of the Bloodvine race." The Bloodvine clansman was also excited and continued. "Yes." Tang Lingzi nodded. "That's for the future and we'll put it aside for the time being. Right, is there any news of Desolate Marshal? I heard that this current one is the creation Green Lotus body. If we can capture him, he will be the greatest tonic for me." "Not yet." The Bloodvine clansman replied, "If there's any news, I'll definitely report it right away." "Yes." Tang Lingzi reminded, "The other primordial races have also set their killing badges for him. Keep a close eye on him. If Desolate Marshal appears, we must not let the God and Heavenly Eye races get their hands on him first. I'll definitely be the first to eat Desolate Marshal's flesh." Chapter 1424, Massacring Through 6 Stars Mountain. Chapter 1424, Massacring Through 6 Stars Mountain. After leaving Darpamkara Monastery, Suzimo arrived near 6 Stars Mountain in less than 10 days. From afar, 6 Stars Mountain was blood-colored. The menacing vines crawled all over the mountains and earth densely. Blood-colored gourds grew on the vines and swayed with the wind, shimmering with a demonic blood glint. Suzimo's expression was cold. He did not hide his tracks and flew into the air, speeding towards 6 Stars Mountain. Now that he had entered the conjoint body realm and his Green Lotus true body had undergone a complete transformation, other than patriarchs, there were not many people in Tianhuang mainland who could suppress him. There was no need for him to change his appearance and hide his identity. He was Desolate Marshal. The reason why he was barging into 6 Stars Mountain today was because he wanted to settle the score with the Bloodvine race. The moment Suzimo arrived at the outer perimeter of Six Stars Mountain, the blood vines sensed the blood chi in his body and started climbing towards him. There's actually a cultivator who doesn't know what's good for him and dares to take the initiative to come here. He. What a strong bloodline. I can take on human form after devouring him. Some of the blood vines were excited. The blood vines at the outer perimeter of Six Stars Mountain had low cultivation realms and could not even take on human form. As such, they could not see through Suzimo's real strength. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of blood-colored vines coiled towards Suzimo like madmen, wanting to drink his blood and eat his flesh. Suzimo did not even look at the blood vines as he conjured hand seals with both hands and channeled his essence spirit. Swoosh! Suddenly, 3 balls of flames of different colors appeared beside Suzimo. Scarlet, Immortal Tao Fire. Golden, Buddhist Tao Fire. Black, Fiend Tao Fire. This was a dharmic art from the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra, the Scarlet Flame Revolving Lantern. 3 Tao fires surrounded Suzimo and spun slowly, forming a flame barrier. The moment the blood vines charged forward and revealed their blooded mouths, they collided against the Scarlet Flame Revolving Lantern. Right now, Suzimo was at the conjoint body realm. The might of the Scarlet Flame Revolving Lantern was something that even some conjoint body blood vines might not dare to take on, let alone these low-leveled blood vines. The blood vine race was flora after all. Although they reigned among the other flora, it did not mean that they did not have weaknesses. Flora feared fire the most. As for Suzimo, he cultivated the Scarlet Flame Mental Sutra. His mastery of flames was extremely strong and the 3 Tao fires he conjured were even more terrifying. The blood vines turned into ashes instantly when they struck. Squeak, squeak. When the vines turned into ashes, their true bodies let out sharp cries. The other vines on their bodies wanted to turtle back and avoid the 3 flames. However, the 3 Tao fires were extremely ferocious and were not something that these low-level blood vines could defend against. Any single spark that landed on their bodies would ignite and the flames would extend throughout the entire blood vines. In the blink of an eye, a complete blood vine was burned into ashes. Suzimo's expression was cold as he walked into Six Stars Mountain without stopping at all. Surrounded by 3 Tao fires, he charged right in. Everywhere he passed, flames surged into the skies and countless blood vines perished in the sea of flames. Of course, the cultivation realms of those blood vines were not high and they could not even take on human form. They could only watch helplessly as the flames descended and burned them to ashes. Who is there? How dare you barge into the territory of the bloodvine race? An expert of the bloodvine race in human form appeared and stood in midair. He looked at the flames not far away and questioned loudly with a furious expression. Although the bloodvine race being could take on human form, his cultivation realm was only at the Dharma characteristic realm. Territory of the bloodvine race? Suzimo sneered and flicked his finger casually without even looking at him. Kai. A sword chi burst forth. The white light tore through the void and entered the glabella of the bloodvine Tao Lord instantly. That person's eyes widened in disbelief. The sword chi was way too fast that he did not even have time to dodge. A single slash. It pierced his consciousness and shattered his essence spirit. The corpse of the bloodvine Tao Lord fell from midair. Swash, swash, swash. When they saw that, the blood vines that wanted to advance were shocked and fled towards the 6 main peaks. This is bad, there's an enemy intruder. Many blood vines shouted as they fled. Suzimo advanced at an extremely fast speed and arrived at the 6 main peaks before long. Suddenly, his expression changed and he turned over, sensing something. At the foot of the mountain not far away, there was a large empty space surrounded by blood vines that formed a fence. Many cultivators were gathered inside and there were more than 10,000 of them, or rather, those cultivators could no longer be considered as humans. He did not know what those cultivators experienced, but they were tortured to a state where they resembled neither human nor ghost. Every cultivator was in tattered clothes that could vaguely be recognized as robes of Southern Dual Sect. The faces of those cultivators were withered and yellow with dispirited expressions. Each of them had an iron hoop around their necks that was connected to a gigantic chain and the other was locked onto the fence of blood vines. All of them had hollow gazes and numb expressions. Even when they saw Suzimo in midair through the gap in the fence, their expressions did not change and their eyes were dead. This. Suzimo's eyes widened in disbelief as a possibility crossed his mind and his body trembled slightly. Could the Bloodvine race have reared human cultivators like beasts? Suzimo was enraged and his face was filled with killing intent. His eyes seemed to be burning with fire. In some of the ancient books or from others, he had heard about the tragic fate of humans in the primordial era. Humans were puny and were enslaved by the 10,000 races. In fact, they were treated as food and offerings by other races. When he heard that, Suzimo felt emotional as well. But now that he witnessed it personally, he truly experienced the despair that humans of the primordial era endured. It was a tragic feeling of utter helplessness and despondence. Suzimo took a deep breath of air and in a flash, he arrived outside the fence. A spark popped out from his fingertip and burned the entire place into ashes. When the Southern Dual Sect cultivators saw Suzimo, all of them had fearful expressions and curled into a ball like frightened birds. A heaven-slaying sword chi shot out from Suzimo's fingertip and shuttled through the crowd with an endless sharpness. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed everywhere as sparks flew. In just a dozen breaths, the chains that bound the cultivators were severed by the heaven-slaying sword chi. However, even though the surrounding fence was gone and the chains on their bodies were broken, those cultivators did not know how to escape. They seemed to be numb to it. Suzimo surveyed the crowd and scanned twice carefully with a slightly disappointed expression. Initially, he was looking forward to seeing Ming Zhan in the crowd. Unfortunately, he found nothing after searching. Fellow Daoist-su? Right then, a weak voice sounded from the crowd. Chapter 1425, Pay with Blood. Chapter 1425, Pay with Blood. Suzimo looked over. The voice was way too soft, almost like a mosquito. If not for his strong hearing, he might not have noticed it. His gaze landed on a female cultivator in the crowd. The female cultivator's hair was disheveled and she was curled into a ball, hiding in the crowd. However, there was a hint of vitality and vigor in her eyes compared to everyone else. You are. Suzimo's gaze froze. As though he recalled something, he probed, Tang Shiyun? The female cultivator nodded repeatedly when she heard that name. She wiped away the mud on her face and revealed her facial features. Although she was still dirty, she could be recognized. It's really you. Suzimo was surprised. To think that he would truly be able to meet an old friend in Southern Dual Sect. Tang Shiyun stood up and wanted to walk towards Suzimo. However, she hesitated for a moment out of fear. Come over. I won't hurt you. Suzimo nodded. When she heard that, Tang Shiyun mustered her courage and walked out of the crowd. The number one beauty of Southern Dual Sect in the past was no longer as elegant as before. Back when the two of them first met in the ancient battlefield, they were both at the Golden Core realm. But now, Suzimo had already entered the conjoint body realm and became an omnipotent mighty figure. Yet, Tang Shiyun was only at the nascent soul realm. The difference between them was getting wider. In the ancient battlefield back then, there were hundreds of thousands of paragons. How many of them could truly catch up to Suzimo? Did you see a monk from Dharpamkara Monastery 10 years ago? Suzimo looked at Tang Shiyun and asked in a deep voice. Recalling for a moment, Tang Shiyun asked, was he a young monk that carried a green lantern? That's right. Suzimo's eyes lit up as he asked, where is he? Is he still alive? Back in the Dao inheritance ground, Ming Zhan appeared and fought alongside him. His destiny dharmic weapon was a green lantern. 10 years ago, thanks to this monk, some Southern Dual Sect cultivators managed to escape. Tang Shiyun sighed gently. However, that monk's cultivation realm was not high enough and he still could not defeat the young master of the Bloodvine race and was suppressed by the latter. After so many years, he must have died. Suzimo gripped his fists gently with a cold expression. Fellow Daoist, no, Senior Su. Are you here to save us? Tang Shiyun realized that the difference between them was too great and it was no longer appropriate to address him as fellow Daoist. She changed her manner of speech hurriedly and asked uneasily. Yes. Su Zimo nodded and took out some elixirs to store in a storage bag before handing it to Tang Shiyun. Share these elixirs and leave this place as soon as possible. Tang Shiyun's hands trembled as she received the storage bag, tears rolling down her face instantly. However, the other cultivators were still numb as they watched the scene in a daze without any joy of seeing the world once more. These people. Gazing at the expressions of those cultivators, Su Zimo felt a sense of sadness. Tang Shiyun smiled bitterly. 10 years ago, the Blood Vine race attacked this place and our sect master died in battle. 3 mighty figures and a half-martial ancestor died. However, we could not defend against the Blood Vine army. In less than a day, the entire Southern Dual sect fell into the hands of the Blood Vine race. Apart from the monk who helped hundreds of people escape, the other hundreds of thousands of disciples were reared like beasts by the Blood Vine race just so they could eat fresh food. All these years, the Blood Vine race imprisoned us here and sealed our dharmic powers. We can't even commit suicide. At that point, killing intent spewed from Su Zimo's eyes. Tang Shiyun lamented, for the past 10 years, the Blood Vine race has consumed more than 100 Southern Dual sect cultivators daily. No matter how we begged or struggled, nothing changed. We could only watch as our fellow sect mates decreased bit by bit. That's hundreds of thousands of our sect mates. Right now, we're the only ones left. Tang Shiyun could not hold on either and broke down mentally, bursting into tears. When those cultivators opened their eyes every day, they did not know if they could survive the day or if they would be eaten as food. Initially, we had a sliver of hope. Tang Shiyun's face was filled with tears as she gave a bitter smile. After all, hundreds of our sect mates escaped. We hoped that they would seek help from the other upper or super sects. Perhaps, some experts of our human race might come and save us from our misery. However, we waited for a year, 2 years, 5 years, and no one came. Eventually, we gave up. Su Zimo was silent. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned incomparably pale. Even if Southern Dual sect cultivators sought help, no sect or faction would rush over to save them from their misery. Who would provoke a great enemy like the Blood Vine race for some cultivators that were unrelated to them? Humans had led peaceful lives for way too long. They no longer had the drive and edge of the ancient era. None of them possessed the unyielding toughness to fight the primordial races courageously. Ancient wise sages of the human race, be it low-level cultivators or mighty figure and patriarchs, were righteous and took care of one another. If they were to see this scene today, they would probably shed tears of frustration and bleed from the depths of their heart. Right now, most of the cultivators had even forgotten the sufferings of humans in the primordial era. They forgot that in the ancient war, patriarchs died, emperors were killed and countless human experts fought with all their might in exchange for the peace of the human race. Even a super sect like Dharpamkara Monastery, one of the 6 Buddhist monasteries, was only concerned about their own well-being. Who would stand out to save everyone from Southern Dual sect? I'm a little late. Su Zimo looked at everyone from Southern Dual sect and said slowly, but don't worry, with me here today, no one will be able to hurt you guys. Apart from a few who had a sliver of hope reignited in their eyes, the rest were still grim and numb. Fellow Taoists, his desolate marshal, the Tao Lord Desolate Marshal who shook the world and established the martial Tao. Trapped here, Tang Shiyun's understanding of Su Zimo was still stuck at some of the rumors she had heard in the past. She did not know that Su Zimo was already a conjoint body mighty figure either. In Myriad Phenomenon City, he was the one who suppressed the Rakshasa and God race and rescued the human paragons. Now that Tao Lord Desolate Marshal is here, we have a chance of escaping alive. Tang Shiyun looked at everyone from Southern Dual sect and took out the elixirs from the storage bag, handing them to the cultivators as she spoke. Most people were indifferent. What's the use of a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord? Even a half-martial ancestor was killed. Everyone is dead. Ha ha ha. A cultivator burst into laughter in a deranged manner. Su Zimo had a sorrowful expression. Although these people were still alive, they were no different from dead people. Tao Lord Desolate Marshal, please kill me and give me a swift ending. That will be the greatest relief for me, A cultivator kowtowed to Suzimo and begged softly, "Tao Lord Desolate Marshal, please grant us death." A large number of cultivators knelt down. When he saw that, Suzimo's eyes reddened and he had nowhere to vent the rage and sadness in his heart. Eventually, he reared his head and howled, "Blood vine race, I'm going to make you guys pay with blood." Chapter 1426, Incinerating the Mountain. Chapter 1426, Incinerating the Mountain. Plain persuasion and consolation could no longer free the cultivators of Southern Dual Sect from their fears. For the past 10 years, that fear had been rooted in his heart. These Southern Dual Sect cultivators could only be moved upon a true massacre with the fresh blood of the Bloodvine race. At that time, they would realize that although the Bloodvine race was part of the primordial 9 races, they were not invincible. Suzimo's gaze intensified and dharmic powers surged as he conjured hand seals with both hands. The 3 Tao fires that were initially surrounding him gathered rapidly and formed a tricolored flame that emanated a shuddering aura. The Samadhi Tao fire. Everyone from Southern Dual Sect looked at the bouncing flame with fearful expressions and did not dare to say anything. "Go." Suzimo rose slowly into the air and threw the tricolored flame in his hands in the direction of 6 Stars Mountain. At the same time, an essence spirit flame burst forth from his glabella and entered the tricolored flame. A blaze surged. The Kacharadi Tao fire. Now that Suzimo had cultivated to the conjoint body realm, the might of the Kacharadi Tao fire was something that even a half-martial ancestor could not withstand. However, at that moment, he had already triggered his killing intent and wanted to kill all the Bloodvine race beings on 6 Stars Mountain. He had no intention of holding back and gave it his all. Swoosh. Raging flames raged. Suzimo channeled his essence spirit and dharmic powers surged as the Kacharadi Tao fire spread and burned continuously. Some of the Bloodvine race beings that could not take on human form could only watch helplessly as the Kacharadi Tao fire burned. They shrieked and struggled as they turned into ashes. Some of the Bloodvine race beings wanted to escape in their human forms. However, the Kacharadi Tao fire was extremely powerful and they could not defend even if a single spark landed on them. Suzimo pushed his essence spirit to its limit. The speed of the Kacharadi Tao fire was extremely fast as well. Some of the Bloodvine race beings that reacted slower were caught up by the Kacharadi Tao fire and burned into ashes. In the blink of an eye, 6 Stars Mountain was engulfed in a sea of flames. Everyone from Southern Dual Sect watched with widened eyes and agape mouths. They could no longer speak. This scene was way too shocking for them. More than half of the violent and bloodthirsty Bloodvine race that they initially thought to be invincible was burned by that fire. Most of the Bloodvine race beings that were burned by the Kacharadi Tao fire were low level. Even so, a sliver of hope was reignited in the eyes of everyone from Southern Dual Sect. The Kacharadi Tao fire extended continuously and enveloped the entire 6 Stars Mountain region. However, when the flames reached the feet of the 6 main peaks, they could not advance further. It was as though they were obstructed by some powerful force. There were still thousands of Bloodvine race beings that fled to the 6 main peaks to hide. Suzimo's expression turned grim. He knew that the true battle had only just begun. The 6 main peaks were definitely guarded by top-tier experts of this primordial race. Bang! 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 Powerful figures soared into the skies with rampant might. A conjoint body mighty figure of the Bloodvine race had appeared. Suzimo swept his gaze and in the blink of an eye, more than 20 conjoint body mighty figures appeared in midair with torrential blood chi and a tremendous might descended. Against the pressure of the spirit consciousnesses of the 20 conjoint body mighty figures, the Kacharadi Tao fire was greatly suppressed and its flame flickered as though it could extinguish at any moment. Naturally, the power of a dharmic art's condensation could be pushed to its limits. For Suzimo's Kacharadi Tao fire, its power was significantly reduced after it was spread to such a large area. Even a conjoint body mighty figure of the Bloodvine race could suppress it. In midair, the number of conjoint body mighty figures of the Bloodvine race was still increasing. Before long, there were 50 of them. 50 conjoint body mighty figures were gathered on 6 Stars Mountain alone. One could imagine how terrifying the foundation of one of the primordial 9 races, the Bloodvine race, was. If it was just the mighty figures of the Bloodvine race, they were nothing in Suzumo's eyes. However, he could vaguely sense that there was an even stronger existence hidden in Six Stars Mountain that was watching him from a certain corner, a Bloodvine half-martial ancestor. Furthermore, there was a high chance that there was more than one. If a huge battle breaks out later, leave this place as soon as possible with your fellow sect mates. Suzumo sent a voice transmission to Tang Shiyun. There were more experts of the Bloodvine race on Six Stars Mountain than he had imagined. Once the battle broke out and he could not fend for himself, it would be difficult for him to protect Tang Shiyun and the others. Who are you? How dare you barge into the territory of the Bloodvine race and kill our beings? A mighty figure of the Bloodvine race hollered. Suzumo sneered, didn't the Bloodvine race release a killing badge on me? You can't even recognize me? The expression of the Bloodvine race beings in midair change. You are Desolate Marshal. Some of the Bloodvine race beings shouted softly. Foo-foo foo-foo. Right then, laughter sounded from Seven Kills Peak. A figure rose slowly, dressed in blood-colored robes. Licking his lips with a grisly red tongue, he said leisurely, what a fruitless search we had. Desolate Marshal, you saved me a lot of trouble by knocking on my door personally. Young Master. The conjoint body mighty figures of the Bloodvine race bowed when they saw that person. You're Teng Lingzi, right? Suzumo's expression was cold as he glared at the blood-robed youth with undisguised killing intent. That's me. Teng Lingzi smiled sinisterly. Why? Even the renowned strongest monster incarnate in history, the mighty figure Desolate Marshal, has heard of my name. Were you the one who killed Mingjin? Suzumo asked coldly. Who is Mingjin? Teng Lingzi shook his head. I've never bothered to memorize names for the ants of the human race. It's a waste of my energy. Who would remember the name of the food they ate? He smiled at Suzumo with a hint of blood in his teeth, resembling a malevolent ghost from hell. Hey, Mingjin. As though he recalled something, Teng Lingzi raised his brow and asked, are you referring to a little monk? Suzumo narrowed his eyes. When Teng Lingzi saw Suzumo's strange expression, he nodded. Seems like that's him. The blood chi of that little monk is extremely strong and pure, so I kept him in my blood gourd to refine. As he said that, he took out a blood-colored gourd and held it in his palm. This blood gourd is my destiny dharmic weapon. Even if a half-martial ancestor of the human race is sucked in, he won't be able to live for more than a year. However, that little monk sure is incredible. TSK. To think that a mere Dharma characteristic would be able to last till now in my blood gourd. Suzumo's eyes lit up with joy. Mingjin isn't dead. You don't have to be happy either. Teng Lingzi said with a smile, that little monk won't be able to hold on for much longer. I'm guessing that in another year or so, he'll turn into a puddle of blood and become essence energy for my blood gourd. There's no need for a year or so. Suzumo's gaze was electric and murderous as he said slowly, today, I'll send you to hell. Ha 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 ha. As though he had heard something extremely amusing, Teng Lingzi said sinisterly, Desolate Marshal, don't worry. I'll keep you in the blood gourd as well and let you accompany him to the netherworld as blood. Chapter 1427 Massive Battle. Chapter 1427 Massive Battle. Young Master, there's no need for you to do it personally. I'll help you capture Desolate Marshal. A conjoint body mighty figure of the Bloodvine race stood out. Teng Lingzi waved it off and smiled. No, I'm going to put this man into my blood gourd personally. Desolate Marshal, in this world, there aren't many people in the same cultivation realm as me who are worthy of me attacking. Teng Lingzi held the blood gourd and walked towards Suzumo with a sinister smile. It's your honor to die in my hand. Cut the crap and die. Suzumo sneered and charged towards Teng Lingzi in huge stride. Why? You want to fight me in melee combat? Teng Lingzi smiled gently. As the young master of the Bloodvine race, this monster incarnate of a generation saw through Suzumo's plans instantly. Among the primordial 9 races, although the Bloodvine race was bloodthirsty, their blood chi and physique were not strong and were far inferior to the god and dragon races. They were merely stronger than the witch race. If he could force the Bloodvine race into melee combat, Su Zimo was extremely confident that he could suppress Tang Lingzi with his Green Lotus true body. Fu, it won't be that easy. Tang Lingzi chuckled and stomped gently on the void. Swoosh, swoosh. In the void, blood-colored vines that were as thick as arms suddenly grew and coiled towards Su Zimo. Before the blood vines arrived, the round human faces at the top opened their mouths and revealed sharp fangs that shone with a cold glint. At the very least, hundreds of blood vines coiled over with a nauseating stench, threatening to devour Su Zimo. Humph. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he flicked his finger without stopping. TSK. 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 Instantly, more than 10 heaven-slaying sword chi burst forth and circled around him with extreme sharpness. They intertwined and created a vast expanse of white. Poof, poof, poof. The moment the blood vines approached, they were severed by the heaven-slaying sword chi and blood gushed out, dyeing half the skies red. More than 10 heaven-slaying sword chi circled and blocked the hundreds of blood vines outside. Heaven-slaying sword art? Tang Lingzi frowned with a hint of fear in his eyes. In the records of the Bloodvine race, even in the upper world, the 3 great sword arts were extremely famous. If the 3 great sword arts were to fuse, the power would be even more unimaginable. Even perfected immortals of the upper world would have to avoid it. Blood storm. Tang Lingzi channeled his essence spirit and conjured hand seals, pointing at Su Zimo from afar. Oh, oh. Instantly, blood-colored shadow figures appeared in midair and surged towards Su Zimo like malevolent ghosts, forming a foul and evil gus. Bloodstorm was a legacy secret skill of the Bloodvine race. Anywhere the gust passed, a cultivator's flesh could be stripped off completely. In the ancient war, a patriarch of the Bloodvine race once released that secret skill. Everywhere the gust passed, only piles of white bones were left on the ground. It was extremely violent. When the gust blew over, Su Zimo was fearless and channeled his bloodline. The creation Green Lotus was an utmost treasure of the universe and was flawless. Right now, Su Zimo was a humanoid creation Green Lotus and was at grade 7. When the gust blew over, it was suppressed by the Green Lotus bloodline instantly. Countless blood shadows dispersed and turned into a rain of blood that poured down. The blood rain was extremely evil and possessed an incomparably terrifying corrosive power. However, the Green Lotus was pure and untainted. It was the most effective against such a filthy and evil object. Su Zimo walked through the bloodstorm without being affected or injured at all. How dare you embarrass yourself with such method? The young master of the Bloodvine race is nothing much. Su Zimo sneered. I'll show you the dharmic arts of humans. Ma. Hom. He chanted in Sanskrit. The damning mantra reverberated through the world. This time round, he did not release any demon-subduing seal or fiend suppression seal. Instead, he released the 2 most powerful dharmic seals of the damning dharmic seal. The Great Vajra Wheel Seal and Great Mount Meru Seal. The dharmic seals descended. A gigantic Vajra wheel crushed towards Tang Lingzi with shocking might. Tang Lingzi channeled his bloodline and his figure vanished. On the spot, 100 blood vines grew and waved their arms, coiling towards the Vajra wheel in midair. Against the damning dharmic seal, Tang Lingzi was forced to reveal his true form. Those thick blood vines were Tang Lingzi's flesh and blood body. Compared to the dharmic arts he had first conjured, they were completely different and possessed terrifying strength. The 100 blood vines moved at the same time and coiled around the Vajra wheel tightly in the blink of an eye. The Vajra wheel could no longer advance. The bedazzling Vajra wheel gradually dimmed and eventually sank into the vines. Before long, it was corroded and riddled with holes. Bang! Boom! Boom! Right then, a huge shadow engulfed them. A gigantic godly mountain descended. It was the sacred mountain of the Buddhist monasteries, Mount Meru. The dharmic seal condensed into a Mount Meru and suppressed Tang Lingzi with endless might. Swish! 100 vines tore through the air and coiled towards Mount Meru. Poof! 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 However, the moment the vines touched Mount Meru, they were repelled by the divine power on the sacred mountain and exploded on the spot. Ah! Tang Lingzi roared. Not only did such an injury fail to repel him, it even enraged him. More vines surged towards Mount Meru. From the vines that were initially ruptured, nauseating blood splattered on Mount Meru, dimming the light of the sacred mountain and decreasing its strength. The blood vine race was the most bloodthirsty. Their bloodlines contained the mixed blood of countless living beings. It was the most polluted and filthy. Even dharmic weapons would be destroyed completely if they made contact by accident. For a conjoint body mighty figure, the explosion of the vines was nothing much. They could regrow instantly. However, even the great Mount Meru seal could not withstand the filthy and evil blood gushing out. The fact that Teng Lingzi could dispel the two damning dharmic seals was proof that he was capable. However, Su Zimo had already closed in while Teng Lingzi was fighting against the two damning dharmic seals. Melee combat. Su Zimo wanted to maximize his advantage. When they saw that, the other mighty figures of the Bloodvine race did not attack nor did they look nervous. On the contrary, their eyes shone with mockery. On the battlefield. When Su Zimo descended, the Teng Lingzi transformed into his true form and took root in the ground. He could not move and could only fight head-on. 100 vines tore through the air and whipped towards Su Zimo. Shatter. Descending from the skies, Su Zimo assumed the stance of plow heaven stride, as though he was plowing a ravine in midair. That single stomp caused more than 10 blood vines to explode. Fresh blood splattered onto Su Zimo's body. Right then, something weird happened. Chapter 1428, Meeting Ming Zhen eventually. Chapter 1428, Meeting Ming Zhen eventually. Suddenly, a blood-colored gourd flew out from Teng Lingzi's body and spun to Su Zimo's head. With its head facing down and its bottom facing up, the mouth of the gourd aimed at Su Zimo and shone with a blood beam that was filled with a mysterious power. Su Zimo's expression changed. The power released by the blood gourd enveloped him and he could not help but fly towards the blood gourd. Right in front of everyone, Su Zimo's figure shrank continuously and turned into a streak of light, absorbed by the blood gourd. The mighty figures of the Bloodvine race were not surprised by this. Ha 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 ha. Teng Lingzi reverted to his human form and held the blood gourd in his palm as he roared in laughter. Desolate Marshal? Strongest monster incarnate in history? You still fell into my hands and were suppressed by me. You're brilliant, young master. You'll definitely be famous throughout Tianhuang mainland in this battle. That's right. After this battle, even the reputation of the god race's firmament emperor and goddess Xiaoxiang will be far inferior to you. Desolate Marshal was arrogant and ignorant. The bloodline and physique of our Bloodvine race are indeed not strong. However, we naturally possess powerful killing moves to be able to become one of the primordial 9 races. He didn't know that. Many mighty figures of the Bloodvine race praised and flattered Teng Lingzi loudly. Actually, that blood gourd was extremely important to every single Bloodvine race being. When every Bloodvine race being was born, blood gourds would grow on the many vines. However, when they entered the conjoint body realm, the blood gourds would fuse together. It could be said that the blood gourd condensed more than half of the cultivation essence and cultivation of the Bloodvine race. Indeed, the Bloodvine race was not strong in melee combat. However, anyone tainted by the fresh blood of the Bloodvine race would establish a connection with the blood gourd. Once they got close, they would be absorbed by the blood gourd to be refined into blood water. Teng Lingzi said proudly, that Desolate Marshal was ignorant and truly thought that I had no means of suppressing him. To think that he would dare to get so close to me after being tainted by my blood. Even a half-martial ancestor won't be able to break free from the power of the blood gourd. The fortune of the human race is depleted. That so-called strongest monster incarnate in history is nothing much. It didn't even take much effort for you, young master. He's nowhere as good as he's made out to be. Just because we primordial races have been dormant for so long, these ants and food of the human race really think of themselves as the masters of Tianhuang mainland. Fufu. Young master, how should we deal with the food? A mighty figure of the Bloodvine race pointed to everyone from Southern Dual Sect not far away. The battle had broken out too quickly and Tang Shiyun was in the midst of persuading everyone. Right as everyone from Southern Dual Sect was moved and had hope reignited, they saw Su Zimo sucked into the blood gourd. He was suppressed by Teng Lingzi. The expression of everyone from Southern Dual Sect darkened and they laughed self-deprecatingly. To begin with, they should not have had any extravagant hope of being able to escape this place, their fates were long decided. Tang Shiyun gave a bitter laugh and sighed sorrowfully. Of course we'll rear them again. Teng Lingzi said indifferently, food should just understand that they are food. You're even dreaming of escaping? Are you still going to eat today, young master? A bloodvine race being asked. There's no need. Teng Lingzi's gaze landed on the blood gourd in his palm and he could not help but laugh. I don't even have to consume food for a period of time. Legend has it that Desolate Marshal has the green lotus body. If I can refine him, my dharmic powers and combat strength will increase exponentially. I might be able to sense the opportunity to break through and comprehend the power of divine powers. Congratulations in advance, young master. Everyone from the bloodvine race congratulated him. Yes. Teng Lingzi nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, I'm going to be in seclusion for a year thereafter. Don't disturb me during this period of time. As for that food, I'll give it to you guys. Thank you, young master. Everyone from the bloodvine race was delighted. 1. The blood gourd was grisly red. Everywhere was filled with blood. Even though he was sucked in by Teng Lingzi's blood gourd, Su Zimo's expression was still calm without any hint of panic. He released his spirit consciousness and surveyed his surroundings. Although the blood gourd did not look huge, it had a dimension of its own within. Su Zimo's gaze landed on the inner wall of the blood gourd. There were thin blood scars that were dense and intertwined. Like veins of a human, there was even blood flowing within. According to Teng Lingzi, Mingzhen should still be in the blood gourd. Why can't I find any trace of him? Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Could Mingzhen have failed to hold on and was refined into blood by Teng Lingzi? Su Zimo scanned the blood gourd carefully. Suddenly, his expression changed as his gaze landed on a blood cocoon that was half the height of a human in the corner. Initially, he did not notice the blood cocoon at all. At first glance, it looked like a lump of blood in a blood gourd without any special features or signs of life. However, Su Zimo's spirit perception was strong. He could sense a faint hint of divine benevolence from the blood cocoon. Although it was weak, he caught it. In a flash, Su Zimo arrived beside the blood cocoon. The blood cocoon was filled with blood threads that coiled tightly and no one could see what was inside. Su Zimo reached out and tugged casually, removing most of the blood threads. All of those blood threads possessed an extremely strong corrosive power. If not for the fact that his green lotus true body underwent a complete transformation, Su Zimo's palm would have rotted and his bones would have been exposed. There was indeed a monk in the blood cocoon. The monk sat in a lotus position with his palms clasped together. His eyes were closed and his body shone faintly. He was extremely skinny and more than half of his flesh had already dissipated. Su Zimo almost could not recognize him. Right then, the monk opened his eyes and caught sight of Su Zimo. His eyes were clear as water, pure and sincere. Even in such a sinister and filthy environment, his eyes still gave off a kind and beautiful feeling. It was Mingzhen. Su Zimo had only seen such a clear and sincere gaze from Mingzhen before. Gazing at Mingzhen, who was withered and skinny, Su Zimo felt his heart wrench and his eyes reddened. Junior brother, you're here. Mingzhen smiled gently with a look of joy and gratification on his face. When he saw that smile, Su Zimo nearly teared up. For some reason, at that moment, there was no anger or killing intent in him, there was only an indescribable feeling of gratitude. Mingzhen had been trapped by the blood gourd for 10 years and it was a fate worse than death. If it was anyone else, they would have broken down mentally. Even Su Zimo could not imagine what would have happened to him if he was imprisoned for a full 10 years in such a sinister and filthy environment. There was a high chance that he would enter the Fiend Dao completely and activate the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra once more to kill. However, Mingzhen did not. Mingzhen could still smile. There was no resentment or hatred. Through Mingzhen, Su Zimo could sense the supreme benevolence and magnanimity of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. He swore that he would only attain his Buddhahood after hell was empty with all living beings liberated. Su Zimo's will was resolute and unshakable. However, against such Buddhism, He was moved and he burst into tears. Chapter 1429, Deep Master and Disciple Relationship. Chapter 1429, Deep Master and Disciple Relationship. I'm sorry, I'm late. Su Zimo felt guilty. Ming-Zhen shook his head and raised his withered palm, as though he wanted to wipe away the tears on Su Zimo's face. However, he lost his strength halfway through and his arm fell limply once more. When he saw that, Su Zimo's heart ached. He could clearly sense that Ming-Zhen's life force was extremely weak. If he had been a little later, Ming-Zhen might not have been able to hold on. Master is gone. After a moment of silence, Su Zimo decided to reveal the truth. I know. Ming-Zhen nodded. Su Zimo was slightly stunned and confused. Ming-Zhen replied, although I was trapped here at that time, I seemed to have sensed something. At that point, he paused for a moment and pointed to his chest. It hurt here. At that time, I knew that Master had passed on. Although they were thousands of miles apart, he could sense the passing of his kin. Ming-Zhen's voice was calm, but there was an incomparably repressed sadness in it. Master left peacefully without any pain. Su Zimo said gently, before he left, he even instructed me to come to the south region to visit you. Back when Monk Yuan Bei said that to Su Zimo, he did not think too much about it. Now that he thought about it, Monk Yuan Bei must have given that advice because he sensed something. However, Monk Yuan Bei was at the end of his lifespan and could not do anything. Ming-Zhen lowered his head slightly. This pure and innocent little monk did not show the slightest bit of fear or cowardice even though he was in hell. He had been trapped here for 10 years and was almost dead. However, his heart did not waver at all and he could still maintain his initial resolution with a smile. However, at that moment, Ming-Zhen lowered his head and pursed his lips when he heard the news of Monk Yuan Bei. Although he was silent, his clothes were drenched in tears. Even though he tried his best to contain the sadness in his heart, he could not. The farewell at the Dragon Burial Valley was an eternal farewell. A moment later, he said softly with a quivering voice. Ming-Zhen was different from Su Zimo. Ever since they were sent into the ancient battlefield, Su Zimo had been hunted down by various major sects and factions and even returned to the Dragon Burial Valley to seek shelter. However, Ming-Zhen did not have the chance to return. There were always regrets in life. Some regrets, once missed, could not be made up for in this lifetime. Ming-Zhen had long sensed the death of Monk Yuan Bei and was trapped here. All these years, the pain and torture he endured was even greater than Su Zimo had imagined. A long time later, Ming-Zhen spoke. When I sensed Master's departure, I chanted the Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva Prayer Sutra, Amitabha Sutra, and Rebirth Mantra for him here, hoping that he would be able to move on to the Pure Land without having to suffer again. Just as Su Zimo was about to console him, he sensed something and his expression changed. Right in front of him, the inner walls of the blood-colored gourd began to squirm like the stomach of a human and seeped blood. The blood was extremely evil and surged towards Su Zimo and Ming-Zhen. Su Zimo's reaction was extremely fast. Waving his sleeves, he swept up Ming-Zhen who was beside him and leaped into the air. However, there was a limit to the space within the blood gourd. Su Zimo carried Ming-Zhen and rose continuously. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the top of the blood gourd. The mouth of the gourd was blocked by Teng Lingzi. The blood water beneath surged rapidly and would drown the two of them before long. Su Zimo's situation was still fine. However, Ming-Zhen's body was already on the brink of collapse. Coupled with his emotional fluctuation earlier on, he might not have been able to withstand the impact of the blood water. Su Zimo released his consciousness and green light flashed. The Creation Lotus platform descended. Wielding the Creation Green Lotus, Su Zimo channeled his blood chi and let out the sound of a tsunami. He channeled his dharmic powers and smashed it towards the mouth of the gourd. Boom! There was a loud bang. The Creation Lotus platform collided heavily against the mouth of the gourd and received a tremendous recoil. Although Su Zimo's arm was slightly numb, the mouth of the gourd did not budge at all. Bang! 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 He wielded the Creation Lotus platform and continued smashing repeatedly with a loud bang. The entire blood gourd shook, but the mouth of the gourd showed no signs of relenting. The blood below had already extended up. "Junior brother, take this green lantern with you." Right then, Mingzhen spoke. "Part of the reason why I was able to hold out here for 10 years was because of the inheritance of Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva. At the same time, it was because of the protection of this green lantern. Normally speaking, even half-martial ancestor experts could not withstand the refinement of Teng Lingzi, let alone Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. It was clear how strong the green lantern was to be able to support Mingzhen till now. Su Zimo swept his gaze across. In this sealed and filthy environment, although the flame on the green lantern was small and weak, it was still burning and emitting a faint glow. It was that faint light that blocked most of the power of the blood gourd. "Mingzhen, there's no need for that." Su Zimo's expression was cold as he said slowly, "I truly don't believe that such a filthy blood gourd can devour and refine the creation green lotus that stole the creation of heaven and earth. If he wants to devour the creation green lotus, I'll let him." Su Zimo channeled his bloodline to its limits. His figure seemed to have vanished and a flawless green lotus grew from the rumbling blood water. The green lotus was flawless and pure, like a treasure of the world that could not be approached by any filthy or evil object. The flower bud on the green lotus blossomed silently. 7 petals blossomed one after another, emitting a resplendent glow. The gigantic green lotus platform lifted Mingzhen up and the 63 holes shone with rays of light, nourishing his flesh and essence spirit. Although the blood water surged, it could not approach the creation green lotus. Swoosh! The creation green lotus swayed gently and its body expanded, charging into the skies with an unstoppable might as though it wanted to burst through the world. 6 Stars Mountain. Many mighty figures of the Bloodvine race had just rounded up everyone from southern Dual Sectagen and were commanding their underlings to clean up the battlefield. The battle had ended quickly. However, the fire burned 6 Stars Mountain beyond recognition. Apart from the 6 main peaks that were still intact, the rest were charred. The Bloodvine race suffered immense losses as well. There were more than 10,000 Bloodvine clansmen stationed at 6 Stars Mountain and more than half of them died in the fire. Previously, the Bloodvine race had already regarded this place as their territory completely and even some low-level Bloodvines had started to relocate here. To think that the fire would burn all the low-level Bloodvines into ashes. Teng Lingzi descended on 7 Kills Peak and had just activated his bloodline to refine the blood gourd while heading to his seclusion ground. Suddenly, the blood gourd in his palm shook. He chuckled with a mocking expression. "You want to come out after entering my blood gourd?" Not long after, the blood gourd shook repeatedly. However, it was useless. The Teng Lingzi merely held on gently and the blood gourd could not fall. "Struggle. You'll give up when you're tired." Teng Lingzi smiled gently. All of a sudden, as though he sensed something, Teng Lingzi's eyes widened and his smile froze on his face. Chapter 1430, Killing Teng Lingzi. Chapter 1430, Killing Teng Lingzi. Crack, crack, crack. A jarring sound rang in Teng Lingzi's ears, as though something had split apart. His eyes widened as he turned around slowly, looking at the blood gourd in his palm in disbelief. His pupils constricted as he gasped. To his horror, he realized that cracks were appearing on this destiny dharmic weapon that coexisted with him. Although they were thin, they were clear. Furthermore, those fine cracks were extending at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, the entire blood gourd was filled. This. Teng Lingzi panicked and shrieked with a quivering voice, "That's impossible. How can my destiny dharmic weapon shatter? Desolate Martial is merely made of flesh and blood. How is this possible?" Teng Lingzi was wrong about one thing. Right now, Su Zimo could no longer be considered as a body of flesh and blood. He was a complete Grade 7 creation green lotus. The creation green lotus was born in chaos and stole the creation of heaven and earth. It was eternal and flawless with immense vitality. Even the Bloodvine race of the primordial 9 races could not refine the creation green lotus. Snap! Another strange sound rang in Teng Lingzi's ears. His gaze froze. A gigantic crack had already appeared on the blood gourd. Through the crack, streaks of green light even burst forth in a bedazzling manner. Boom! There was a deafening bang. The blood gourd exploded and a gigantic green lotus soared into the skies from 7 Kills Peak. It shone brightly and exuded a powerful might as it looked down on all living beings. The blood gourd exploded and Teng Lingzi's entire arm was ruptured. Flesh splattered everywhere as fresh blood spewed. Ah! Teng Lingzi shrieked tragically and was sent flying. His face was pale as he spat out a huge mouthful of blood with a dispirited expression. It was nothing much for his arm to be snapped. At most, he could regrow it after expending some dharmic powers. However, most of the Bloodvine race's cultivation was on the blood gourd. Now that his destiny dharmic weapon was destroyed, it was equivalent to reducing more than half of his cultivation and combat strength. It was over. His future cultivation, past glory and current status were all crippled. Countless clansmen of the Bloodvine race coveted the position of the young master. Now that his destiny dharmic weapon was shattered and his cultivation was crippled, he was no longer qualified to be the young master of the Bloodvine race. This was a huge blow for him. The commotion attracted countless gazes. Many mighty figures of the Bloodvine race looked at the creation green lotus on 7 Kills Peak with shocked expressions and wary gazes. After all, the Bloodvine race was a type of flora. Although it was extremely domineering, it was inferior in the face of a powerful life form like the creation green lotus. The creation green lotus dared to and could even snatch the creation of heaven and earth. What was a mere Bloodvine race compared to it? What are you guys waiting for? Teng Lingzi roared. Kill him. His desolate marshal. Many mighty figures of the Bloodvine race reacted and moved one after another, charging towards 7 Kills Peak. Teng Lingzi, you've trapped my senior brother for 10 years and slaughtered hundreds of thousands of cultivators. Today, I'll have you pay with your life. Su Zimo's voice sounded, chilling to the bones. How dare you? Right then, a holler sounded from 7 Kills Peak. A shuddering aura burst forth and descended on the creation green lotus, wanting to suppress it. A half-martial ancestor. The birth of the creation green lotus had finally alarmed the Bloodvine half-martial ancestor. Actually, prior to this, the Bloodvine half-martial ancestor had already noticed Su Zimo. However, the moment the battle began, Su Zimo was put into the blood gourd by Teng Lingzi and suppressed. There was naturally no need for the Bloodvine half-martial ancestor to appear. But now, the situation was different. Although Teng Lingzi was severely injured, right now, he was still the young master of the Bloodvine race. There was no way the Bloodvine half-martial ancestor would let Su Zimo kill the young master right under his nose. Boom. 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 Apart from 7 Kills Peak, the other 5 main peaks released powerful auras one after another as well. There were 6 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors guarding the 6 Stars Mountain. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. The situation was worse than he had imagined. Actually, if it was just 1 or 2 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors, Su Zimo was confident that he could fight them with his transformed Green Lotus true body and many powerful trump cards. In fact, he could even suppress them. However, against 6 half-martial ancestors, 50 conjoint body mighty figures and thousands of Dharma characteristic Dao and void reversions, it would be difficult. The only way was if his Dragon Phoenix true body descended. This did not mean that the Dragon Phoenix true body was much stronger than the current Green Lotus true body. Instead, it was the many secret skills of the Dragon Phoenix true body that countered the Bloodvine race the most. Be it the Dragon Phoenix Flame or Baron, they were extremely lethal to the Bloodvine race. In a flash, Su Zimo judged the situation. It was definitely a fool's dream to think that he would be able to kill all the Bloodvine races with his Green Lotus true body today. If he could escape with Ming Zhan and the Southern Dual Sect cultivators from this place, it would already be extremely fortunate. However, no matter what, Teng Lingzi had to die. He was the greatest sinner. The spirit consciousness pressure of the 6 half-martial ancestors descended, wanting to suppress the creation Green Lotus. The half-martial ancestors of the other 5 peaks had already appeared and were heading over. As for the half-martial ancestor of 7 Kills Peak, he was already on the mountain peak. Ha 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 ha. When he saw that, Teng Lingzi burst into laughter and shouted with a tragic expression, "Desolate Marshal, even if you cripple my destiny dharmic weapon, You won't be able to survive. I'll kill you first. Su Zimo activated his bloodline phenomenon and the creation green lotus shone brightly, releasing a tremendous power that repelled the spirit consciousness pressure of the 6 half-martial ancestor. Desolate Marshal, how dare you? The half-martial ancestor on 7 kills peak hollered with a sharp expression. Even if the patriarch arrives today, he won't be able to save you. Su Zimo glared at Teng Lingzi coldly and said, die. Boom. The creation green lotus swayed and the void trembled as cracks extended towards Teng Lingzi. Teng Lingzi's combat strength was diminished and he could not dodge at all. He knew that he was going to die and a vicious glint flashed through his eyes. With a deranged expression, he took out a blood-colored badge from his storage bag and tossed it towards Su Zimo. The killing badge of the Bloodvine race. This killing badge was not a powerful dharmic weapon. The lotus leaves of the creation green lotus slashed gently and sliced the killing badge into 2. However, at the same time, the killing badge released a strange power that descended on Su Zimo. Su Zimo wanted to check carefully, but the power suddenly vanished. It was as though he was merely imagining things earlier on. Furthermore, he did not sense anything amiss with his body. Desolate Marshal, you can't escape. You'll have to be hunted down by the Bloodvine race for all eternity. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Teng Lingzi's tragic laughter sounded. The power of the creation green lotus descended. Boom. There was a loud bang. Right in front of everyone, Teng Lingzi exploded like the blood gourd earlier on and a blood mist spewed, dyeing the peak red. His essence spirit could not even escape and turned into nothingness. The young master of the Bloodvine race was dead. Chapter 1431, Hidden Expert. Chapter 1431, Hidden Expert. I'm going to tear you to pieces and turn your bones to ashes. When he saw that, the Bloodvine half-martial ancestor of 7 kills peak said with a cold voice and a grim expression. Su Zimo could not hold on any longer either after he released that attack. He reverted to his human form and descended from midair, panting slightly with sweat on his forehead. This time round, he was fighting against the spirit consciousness pressure of 6 half-martial ancestors. After all, he had just entered the conjoint body realm. Such a toll on an early-stage conjoint body mighty figure was way too great. Ever since Su Zimo entered 6 Stars Mountain and released the Kacharadi Dao fire, his essence spirit had expended immensely after forcefully killing Teng Lingzi while going against 6 half-martial ancestors. If not for the fact that the creation lotus platform was nourishing his essence spirit continuously, he would not have been able to withstand such an immense toll. When he saw the 6 half-martial ancestors and 50 mighty figures of the Bloodvine race approaching, Su Zimo made a decision. This was not a place where he should linger. If he continued fighting with the Bloodvine race, there was a high chance he would die here. Once he left this place and recovered his energy, he could make a comeback. Furthermore, even though he could not sense anything unusual about the killing badge released by Teng Lingzi before his death, there was indeed something strange about it. There was a high chance that the killing badge was a latent danger that could burst forth at any moment. 50 mighty figures had already arrived. The half-martial ancestors of the other 5 peaks descended on 7 kills peak as well. 6 half-martial ancestors and 50 mighty figures surrounded 7 kills peak so tightly that even mosquitoes could not fly out, let alone a living person. With a calm expression, Su Zimo slapped his storage bag and took out a crumpled beast hide that was etched with mysterious formation patterns. A teleportation formation from the primordial era. Once activated, it could teleport Su Zimo millions of kilometers away. Of course, the teleportation formation was incomplete and its location could not be fixed. It was extremely random. Su Zimo was prepared to send Ming Zhen away first. He would defend here for a moment before looking for an opportunity to teleport away with everyone from Southern Dual Sec. As long as Ming Zhen could leave this place, given his cultivation realm, the inheritance of Ksitagaba Bodhisattva and the Green Lantern, he would definitely be able to recover. At that moment, Su Zimo was supporting Ming Zhen and could clearly sense that the latter's aura had turned unstable. It was a sign that he was about to break through. Initially, Ming Zhen was only at the Dharma characteristic realm. However, in order to save everyone from Southern Dual Sect, he came alone and was suppressed by Teng Ling in the Blood Gourd for an entire 10 years. For the past 10 years, Ming Zhen had been resisting the blood gourd constantly. The moment he relaxed slightly, he would be melted into a puddle of blood. As long as he could not defend against it, he would die. No pressure could compare to this situation. Under that immense pressure, now that Ming Zhen broke free, the suffering he endured for the past 10 years became the source of energy for his breakthrough. Furthermore, Ming Zhen's trip carried the benevolence and boldness of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. If nothing went wrong, he would definitely advance to the conjoint body realm. With that, Su Zimo had to teleport Ming Zhen away first. This is bad. Desolate Marshal is escaping. Hurry, seal the space. It's too late. When the Bloodvine half-martial ancestors saw Su Zimo take out the beast hide, they vaguely realized something. However, by the time they reacted, Su Zimo had already activated the teleportation formation on the beast hide. The beast hide shone brightly and emanated a mysterious energy fluctuation. Suddenly, Su Zimo's expression changed. The incomplete teleportation formation on the beast hide was completely activated and rich dharmic powers lingered around it. However, it seemed like it was met with a powerful obstacle and could not be condensed. Su Zimo had experienced such a phenomenon before. Back in Heaven and Earth Valley, in order to kill him, the experts of the primordial races captured Night Spirit and set up an impenetrable trap, even sealing the space in advance. Later on, if Monk Daming had not attacked secretly, this Green Lotus True Body, Dragon True Body and even Night Spirit would have died in Heaven and Earth Valley. But now, the space around Six Stars Mountain was sealed as well. Su Zimo had suffered such a huge loss before. Therefore, when he first arrived at Six Stars Mountain, he had already scanned in advance and checked that the surrounding space was not locked. In other words, someone had made use of this short period of time to seal the surrounding space from the moment he killed his way into Six Stars Mountain until now. This was the first time that the situation had spiraled out of Su Zimo's control. Given his capabilities, he could definitely locate the spatial nodes and dispel the spatial seal with sufficient time. However, given the current situation, there was no way the Bloodvine half-martial ancestors and mighty figures would give him the time and opportunity. Since he could not escape, he could only fight head-on. Everyone, you sure are capable. Gritting his teeth, Su Zimo said coldly and put away the beast hide once more. The 6 half-martial ancestors exchanged glances as shock and confusion flashed through their eyes. It was as though the 6 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors did not know who sealed the space here either. Could it not be the 6 of them? Su Zimo frowned and looked at the mighty figures of the Bloodvine race in the surroundings. Could some mighty figure of the Bloodvine race have predicted his move and sealed the space in advance? That was not impossible. After all, in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, he escaped using the teleportation formation on this beast hide. It was only logical for someone to think of this move beforehand. However, Su Zimo merely swept his gaze across the crowd vaguely. None of the mighty figures of the Bloodvine race stood out with smug expressions. Su Zimo's heart sank. Could it be that the 6 half-martial ancestors and 50 mighty figures were not the ones who sealed the space of Six Stars Mountain? Was it someone else? If that was truly the case, it would be terrifying. This meant that there was another expert hiding on Six Stars Mountain that even managed to hide from his senses. Furthermore, this expert had predicted his methods beforehand and attacked secretly, cutting off his retreat route and sealing off all possibilities. Su Zimo felt chills run down his spine. This was a truly strong enemy. He controlled everything without even showing himself. Could there be a Mahayana patriarch of the Bloodvine race hidden on Six Stars Mountain? Impossible. Su Zimo quickly denied that speculation. If a Mahayana patriarch was here, he would have been suppressed with a single finger instead of watching Su Zimo kill the young master of the Bloodvine race. Who could it be? As Su Zimo's imagination was running wild, the 6 half-martial ancestors and 50 mighty figures of the Bloodvine race relaxed. Although they did not know who sealed the space here, it was not a bad thing. At the very least, it severed Desolate Marshal's escape route. Ha 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 ha. A Bloodvine half-martial ancestor could not help but laugh. Desolate Marshal, oh Desolate Marshal. Even after all your scheming, you're still a step away. Desolate Marshal, This is a destined calamity in your life. Even if you have wings, you won't be able to escape today. Chapter 1432, Hanging by a Thread. Chapter 1432, Hanging by a Thread. Junior brother, put me down. Don't worry about me. Ming Zhen realized that the situation was dangerous and said softly. Su Zimo obeyed and placed Ming Zhen carefully not far away. At that moment, Ming Zhen was withered and emaciated after being refined by Teng Lingzi for 10 years. Seated in a lotus position, he was like a skeleton that would fall apart with a single gust of wind. Junior brother, don't worry and fight. Ming Zhen closed his eyes after saying that. 7 kills peak. Su Zimo surveyed the experts of the Bloodvine race fearlessly and shouted with a burning gaze, "Come, let me see what your half-martial ancestors can do." Brazen Ant. A Bloodvine mighty figure cursed and threw out the blood gourd in his hands. It spun and smashed towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo sneered and closed his sword finger, slashing gently in the direction of the Bloodvine mighty figure. Kai. A white sword chi burst forth with a blinding brilliance that seemed like it could rip the void into two. Although the blood gourd was the destiny dharmic weapon of the Bloodvine mighty figure, it could not defend against the sharpness of the heaven-slaying sword chi. It was cut into two by a single slash. The remnant might of the sword chi did not stop. Under the horrified gaze of the Bloodvine mighty figure, it turned into a cold light and entered the person's glabella. Even patriarchs would not be able to survive if the sharpness of the heaven-slaying sword chi entered their consciousness, let alone mighty figures. A bloody scar appeared on the glabella of the Bloodvine mighty figure. His expression was dim and his eyes were listless. His head tilted and he fell from midair, already dead. The Bloodvine mighty figures were in an uproar. Even the 6 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors frowned. To think that you would obtain a sword art passed down from the upper world. The Bloodvine half-martial ancestor of 7 kills peak said coldly. Stop wasting our breath on him and join forces to kill him lest he creates trouble for us. The Bloodvine half-ancestor that walked out of heavenly residence peak said and attacked right away. A gust with a nauseating stench and a rain of blood descended. The 6 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors attacked at almost the same time and released their secret skills. When released by half-martial ancestors, Bloodstorm was even more sinister and vile. 6 gusts of foul wind gathered around Su Zimo. The filthy blood rain splattered on Su Zimo's body. Channeling his bloodline, Su Zimo's body shone with a resplendent glow. He created the immovable foundation seal with hand seals and chanted Sanskrit to defend against the secret skills. Earlier on, when he broke through Teng Lingzi's blood gourd, he had already released his bloodline phenomenon. At that moment, without the support of his bloodline phenomenon, Su Zimo was struggling to defend against the power of the 6 half-martial ancestors. The other dozens of Bloodvine mighty figures reverted to their true forms and took root as well. Thousands of blood-colored vines extended and coiled towards Su Zimo. The blood vines bared their sharp fangs, all of them wanted to rip off a piece of Su Zimo's flesh. Su Zimo had a green lotus true body and his flesh was a great tonic for them. If they could bite off a piece of flesh, they might even be able to break through. If there were only 50 Bloodvine mighty figures, they would not be a threat to Su Zimo. However, at that moment, against the attacks of 6 half-martial ancestors, Su Zimo's spirit consciousness and dharmic powers were greatly restricted and suppressed. Right now, the thousands of blood vines coiled over and almost sealed all of Su Zimo's space. The combat strength of every single Bloodvine mighty figure was equivalent to a grand demon. This was equivalent to thousands of grand demons ganging up on Su Zimo. Furthermore, those bloodvines were much more bloodthirsty than grand demons. Sandstorm. Avicii. Sea burial secret skill. Mighty heavenly dragon transcendence. Su Zimo channeled his dharmic powers to their limits and released dharmic arts one after another with the nourishment provided to his essence spirit by the creation green lotus to fight against the experts of the bloodvine race. In truth, if Su Zimo was alone, he would not have had to fight so hard for this battle. Given his movement technique, he could definitely kill his way out before the 6 half-martial ancestors and dozens of mighty figures formed an encirclement. He could make use of his movement technique to maneuver the experts of the Bloodvine race. But now, Mingzhen was by his side. If he left, it would be equivalent to exposing Mingzhen. Right then, a strange fluctuation came from the mountain peak. Boom! Suddenly, a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic appeared behind Mingzhen and rose continuously. In the blink of an eye, it grew to a height of 90 feet. Supreme Dharma characteristic. The Dharma characteristic emitted a powerful and sacred Buddhist light and suppressed countless vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts. That was Mingzhen's Kshitigarbha Dharmic body. At that moment, Mingzhen was attempting to fuse the Kshitigarbha Dharmic body into his body. Mingzhen was breaking through. He wanted to break through to the conjoint body realm and fight alongside Su Zimo. Fu. When he saw that, a Bloodvine half-martial ancestor sneered, "Even if you break through, you'll just only be at the conjoint body realm. You're still nothing but an ant." Mingzhen obtained the inheritance of Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva and managed to condense a supreme Dharma characteristic after sitting 10 years in the blood gourd. Anyone who could condense a supreme Dharma characteristic was definitely a monster incarnate. Mingzhen's future accomplishments were limitless as well. However, the Bloodvine half-martial ancestor was not wrong. Even if Mingzhen could advance to the conjoint body realm, it would not affect the entire situation much. Su Zimo's Green Lotus true body fused with 3 supreme Dharma characteristics and his combat strength far surpassed Mingzhen. However, he could not break free and fell into a bitter battle. How could Mingzhen do anything after fusing with just 1 supreme Dharma characteristic? Bang! 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 The battle was still ongoing. Su Zimo's Green Lotus true body was indeed terrifying. Although he was completely disadvantaged and was tainted by the filthy and extremely evil blood, he was not affected much and his bloodline circulated normally. However, he did not have much dharmic powers left. Such a battle consumed way too much dharmic powers. At the end of the day, Su Zimo was only at the early stage conjoint body realm. Even with the nourishment of the creation lotus platform, his essence spirit could not hold out for much longer. As for the 6 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors, they gradually revealed a hint of impatience. Even after attacking for a long time, they had not succeeded. "Kill that little monk," a Bloodvine half-martial ancestor said in a deep voice, "Leave desolate martial to us." Although that action seemed simple, it was extremely vicious. Mingzhen's existence was not a threat to them. However, if a Bloodvine mighty figure targeted Mingzhen, Su Zimo would definitely divert some of his attention to protect the latter. With that, he would not be able to handle both ends and the pressure he would have to endure would increase exponentially. Swash! 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 The 6 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors took out their destiny blood gourds. They arrived swiftly above Su Zimo's head with the bottom of the gourd facing up and the mouth facing down. Absorb. The 6 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors tapped their fingers gently. The 6 blood gourds released a terrifying suction force. If one could not withstand the suction force of a single blood gourd, they would be sucked into it. However, the burst of 6 blood gourds was equivalent to 6 different forces acting on Su Zimo's body. They were trying to rip his Green Lotus true body apart. Ah! Su Zimo froze on the spot motionlessly and could not help but let out a long howl as he felt an immense pain. It was as though his body was about to be shredded by the 6 different powers. That was no longer a dharmic art. The 6 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors used their divine powers. At the same time, the other dozens of mighty figures of the Bloodvine race temporarily abandoned Su Zimo and lunged towards Mingzhen. Both of them were in danger and their lives were hanging by a thread. Chapter 1433 Vanish. Chapter 1433 Vanish. With his life on the line, Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit fanatically without caring about anything else. He closed his sword fingers with both hands and channeled the heaven-slaying sword art. TSK. 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 A series of blinding sword chi burst forth from Su Zimo's body. They were dense and thousands of them slashed towards the 6 half-martial ancestors and dozens of conjoint body mighty figures. A single heaven-slaying sword chi was enough to kill a mighty figure of the Bloodvine race. What sort of a scene was that with thousands of heaven-slaying sword chi? The stars in the firmaments were chaotic and more than 10,000 sword chi surged through the world, threatening to slice the void into pieces. Many mighty figures of the Bloodvine race were shocked. What they saw was an ocean of sword chi that wanted to devour them without a trace. Even the 6 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors were shocked, let alone them. The heaven-slaying sword chi burst forth and severed the suction power of the 6 blood gourds almost instantly. The 6 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors hurriedly retrieved their blood gourds and retreated. They channeled dharmic arts to defend against the incoming heaven-slaying sword chi. Even they had to avoid this sharpness. Clang, clang, clang. The heaven-slaying sword chi struck their blood gourds and the sound of metal clashing echoed with sparks. There were white sword scars on the dharmic weapons of the half-martial ancestors. The 6 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors felt their hearts ache when they saw that. Although their destiny dharmic weapons did not suffer much damage, it would take more than 10 years for the sword scars on them to recover completely. Poof, poof, poof. In the blink of an eye, half of the thousands of blood-colored vines were severed. Some of the mighty figures of the Bloodvine race reacted swiftly and transformed into their human forms right away. They retreated rapidly and fled into the distance. Those with slower reactions were caught by the heaven-slaying sword chi and killed on the spot. In just a few breaths, a mighty figure of the Bloodvine race had already died on the spot. Desolate Martial. The 6 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors winced when they saw that. They channeled their dharmic powers and released their destiny blood gourds. A large pool of blood poured out of the gourds and formed an evil and filthy blood sea that surged towards the heaven-slaying sword chi. The sword chi ocean collided with the sea of blood. 2 completely different powers were eating one another. The sword chi was sharp and sliced the blood sea into pieces. However, the blood sea surged and returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Dozens of breaths later, the sword chi gradually weakened. Finally, it was drowned in the blood sea released by the 6 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors and dissipated. The battle ended in an extremely tragic manner. The entire 7 Kills Peak was filled with blood. Suzumo's face was pale and he was drenched in sweat. His essence spirit was already throbbing in pain and he had expended all the power of his essence spirit by releasing the heaven-slaying sword art. It was even worse for the Bloodvine race. For the 6 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors that joined forces to neutralize most of the heaven-slaying sword chi, things were still fine for them. However, some of the mighty figures of the Bloodvine race reacted slower and were killed on the spot by the heaven-slaying sword chi before they could escape from 7 Kills Peak in human form. Of the initial 50 mighty figures, there were only 31 left. Furthermore, among them, some were injured and were still in shock. Desolate Martial, well done. The Bloodvine half-martial ancestor of 7 Kills Peak said slowly, ever since the ancient war, there has never been another foreign race that could kill so many of our Bloodvine race. You're the first. Even crushing your corpse into pieces and burning your bones into ashes won't be able to resolve the hatred in my heart and your sins. Another Bloodvine half-martial ancestor hollered as well. The Bloodvine half-martial ancestor of Heavenly Residence Peak said coldly, in my opinion, we should restrain his essence spirit and torture it day and night with the most cruel punishment. His body must be suppressed as well and he must not undergo reincarnation for all eternity. Suppress for all eternity without reincarnation. That was the most vicious punishment for a cultivator. Suzumo's expression was cold and he said nothing. He was not afraid of those threats about being suppressed without being able to reincarnate. The Green Lotus true body was like a clone. He had 2 other true bodies. Once the Martial Dao Prime body and Dragon Phoenix true body grew, the Bloodvine race would have to pay the price. However, Suzumo still felt extremely guilty. After all, he failed to rescue those Southern Dual Sect cultivators from their misery and he could not protect Mingzhen either. Right then, a commotion broke out from the Bloodvine race. Elder Kangxi, something doesn't seem right. A mighty figure of the Bloodvine race pointed in Suzumo's direction and said to the Bloodvine half-martial ancestor of 7 Kills Peak with a bewildered expression. What is it? Make yourself clear. Elder Kang she glanced at Su Zimo and could not help but frown as he hollered when he did not notice anything unusual. That little monk is gone. The mighty figure of the Bloodvine race was puzzled and stuttered. He's indeed gone. How could this be? The other mighty figures of the Bloodvine race noticed this as well. Elder Kang Shi and the other Bloodvine half-martial ancestors narrowed their gazes and their expressions changed slightly. True enough. The little monk that was initially in a lotus position beside Su Zimo on 7 Kills Peak had vanished. The 6 half-martial ancestors immediately released their spirit consciousnesses and searched every single corner of 7 Kills Peak carefully, but they could not find Ming Zhen. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. How was that possible? A living person like that was gone right under their noses. Desolate Marshal, where did you hide that little monk? Elder Kang she asked sternly. At that moment, Su Zimo was shocked as well. Everyone from the Bloodvine race thought that Ming Zhen was hidden by him, but he did not know what happened at all. He released 10,000 heaven-slaying sword chi and fought against the experts of the Bloodvine race. He did not have the energy to hide Ming Zhen at all. It's fine if you don't want to tell me, Elder Kang she sneered. The space here is already sealed. That little monk is definitely still on 6 Stars Mountain. I don't believe that we can't find a living person. Cert. Elder Kang Shi's expression was cold as he waved his hand and ordered. At the side, a Bloodvine race being stood on the spot and looked into the distance with widened eyes, motionless as though he had seen something unbelievable. What are you waiting for? Hurry and search. Elder Kang she questioned. Elder, something isn't right. The mighty figure of the Bloodvine race pointed into the distance and rubbed his eyes, stammering, why are the 10,000 food over there gone as well? Su Zimo swept his gaze and could not help but feel shock. Ming Zhen's inexplicable disappearance had already puzzled him. This scene was even more shocking. The 10,000 Southern Dual Sect cultivators that were initially locked up vanished into thin air as well. What was going on here? Could someone have shifted Ming Zhen and the 10,000 Southern Dual Sect away while he was fighting against the Bloodvine experts? What sort of methods could teleport so many living beings right under the noses of him and the Bloodvine mighty figures and half-martial ancestors? Ming Zhen was right beside him. However, he sensed nothing the entire time. Even the Bloodvine race was shocked, let alone Su Zimo. I refuse to believe this. Elder Kang Shi's expression darkened as he said slowly, how can so many people vanish into thin air in such a short period of time? Cert. There's no need. Right then, a voice sounded. It was gentle and calm like Sanskrit, sounding like a spring breeze. Chapter 1434, Terrifying Methods. Chapter 1434, Terrifying Methods. A figure walked over from not far away, wearing greyish-white robes with shoulder-length hair. His long hair covered most of his face, revealing only one eye. That eye was clear and bright, as though it possessed supreme wisdom. A gentle breeze blew and that person's long hair swayed slightly, revealing a thin blood scar on his glabella. It's him. Su Zimo was shocked when he saw who it was. He had never expected that person to appear here. Monk Daming. Back then, after the farewell at the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple, Su Zimo had not seen this person again. However, in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, there was a high chance that Monk Daming was the one who helped him in secret. Although Monk Daming did not appear, he was the final beneficiary of that battle and all of Heavenly Secrets' plans were paving the road for him. Be it the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple or Heaven and Earth Valley's setup, everything displayed Monk Daming's immense wisdom and planning. Even Su Zimo was impressed by his control and judgment of situations. He schemed against all the experts of the world in Heaven and Earth Valley and the primordial races were no exception. Strictly speaking, even Su Zimo's 2 true bodies, Night Spirit included, were merely chess pieces in Monk Daming's trap. No one could escape from his trap. If the disappearance of Ming Zhen and everyone from Southern Dual Sect was the work of Monk Daming, it would no longer be surprising. Back when Monk Daming was at the Dharma characteristic realm, he cultivated 4 unprecedented supreme Dharma characteristics. Even Su Zimo was inferior to him. Although the Green Lotus true body condensed 3 supreme Dharma characteristics and could even fuse them to reach a height of 99 feet, it was still unknown who was stronger when compared to the 4 supreme Dharma characteristics. A few years ago, Monk Daming was only at the perfected Dharma characteristic realm in the Grand Primordium ancient temple. Now that they met again, Monk Daming was already at the perfected conjoint body realm. Su Zimo's cultivation speed was already extremely terrifying. However, it was still slightly inferior compared to Monk Daming. It was clear that Monk Daming had benefited way too much in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, after absorbing the blood of so many experts and even the bloodline of the primordial races. Monk Daming's cultivation would definitely advance in a short period of time. Back in the Grand Primordium ancient temple, Su Zimo exchanged blows with Monk Daming briefly. He suffered a complete defeat. Now, Su Zimo had obtained many great opportunities, and even his Green Lotus true body underwent a complete transformation and grew into a grade 7 creation Green Lotus. However, when he met Monk Daming again, Su Zimo could still sense that he was unfathomable. Even in his peak condition, he did not have much confidence against Monk Daming. Most importantly, Monk Daming still suppressed him in terms of cultivation realm. What is he doing here? He saved everyone from Southern Jewel Sect and Mingzhen? Was he the one who created the spatial seal of 6 Stars Mountain? Why did he seal the space? When he saw Monk Daming, many questions filled Su Zimo's mind. Who are you? When he saw who it was, the Bloodvine half-martial ancestor, Elder Kang Shi, frowned slightly and narrowed his eyes as he asked slowly. The Bloodvine half-martial ancestor of Heavenly Residence Peak sneered, "Why? A conjoint body mighty figure like you wants to come and die? No way." A mighty figure of the Bloodvine race was pent up and could not help but say coldly, "I can't kill Desolate Marshal, but you think I can't kill you?" Before his sentence was finished, the mighty figure of the Bloodvine race attacked all of a sudden. Blood vines burst forth from his body and coiled towards Monk Daming. Monk Daming had a calm expression and a warm gaze. He reached out and grabbed the mighty figure of the Bloodvine race through the void. The mighty figure of the Bloodvine race froze on the spot motionlessly, as though he was restrained by some power. Thereafter, under many gazes, the mighty figure of the Bloodvine race's body exploded instantly and his flesh splattered everywhere. His essence spirit was destroyed and he died. One move. Monk Daming attacked and destroyed the essence spirit of a mighty figure of the Bloodvine race without even touching the latter's body. Many mighty figures of the Bloodvine race were shocked and hurriedly summoned their destiny dharmic weapons. They conjured talismans and were on guard. Even the expressions of Elder Kang Shi and the other 5 half-martial ancestors change. Given the capabilities of a half-martial ancestor, he could naturally kill mighty figures with ease. However, although this person was only a conjoint body mighty figure, wasn't he having a way too easy time killing someone of the same cultivation realm? Su Zimo shook his head with a mocking expression. That mighty figure of the Bloodvine race did not know what was good for him and actually challenged Monk Daming. Even he could not claim victory against Monk Daming, let alone others. Who are you? Elder Kang Shi hollered, Desolate Marshal already has a killing badge of the Bloodvine race. If you don't leave, the Bloodvine race will definitely fight you to the death. If you guys die, who will know that it was me? Monk Daming asked indifferently. Haha. Elder Kang Shi burst into laughter as though he had heard the greatest joke in the world. Why? You want to kill all of us here? Apart from the 6 of us half-martial ancestors and more than 30 conjoint body mighty figures, there are thousands of void reversions and Dharma characteristic downlords of the Bloodvine race here. How many of us can you kill? Since I want to attack, all of you will naturally have to die. Monk Daming's tone was calm and gentle, as though he was recounting a fact. However, every single word he said carried killing intent. To someone like you? Another Bloodvine half-martial ancestor sneered. Even Su Zimo was skeptical about Monk Daming wanting to kill all the Bloodvine race beings here. There were thousands of Bloodvine race beings here, but Monk Daming was alone. Even if his combat strength was torrential, he might not be able to wipe out all the Bloodvine race beings. Furthermore, if the Bloodvine half-martial ancestors saw that the situation was amiss and fled in different directions with all their might, Monk Daming would not be able to catch all of them. Right then, Monk Daming smiled as well. Otherwise, why do you guys think that I sealed the space here? Susimo's heart skipped a beat. The spatial seal was indeed done by Monk Daming. However, the spatial seal was not done to target him. Monk Daming did it to kill all the Bloodvine race beings here. Such methods. Such boldness. The more Susimo thought about it, the more he realized how terrifying Monk Daming was. At that moment, Elder Kangxi gradually calmed down as well. He also realized that although the cultivator before him was a conjoint body mighty figure, he was troublesome to deal with. The spatial seal meant that they could not even send a message. Good, good, good. Elder Kangxi nodded repeatedly. To think that apart from Desolate Marshal, the human race has someone like you. Let's see what you can do. As you wish. Monk Daming strode forward and extended his palm. With a backhand slap, he descended from the skies and suppressed Elder Kangxi. His entire palm shone with a layer of golden light that was blinding. Dong. At the same time, Monk Daming's heart thumped. It was as though someone was beating the heavenly drums. It was deep and powerful, causing the world to tremble for a moment. Thereafter, the sound of a tsunami echoed through the entire Six Stars Mountain. Chapter 1435, Southern Dual Six Stars Formation. Chapter 1435, Southern Dual Six Stars Formation. It was no surprise that Monk Daming could cultivate to the Tsunami Blood Realm. What truly surprised Susimo was that the technique released by Monk Daming right now was Diamond Monastery's secret skill, the Diamond Sutra. Legend has it that when cultivated to the peak of the Diamond Sutra, one could condense a diamond heart. The beating of the heart was like the beating of a divine drum and the world would tremble for it. With the beating of his heart, his blood chi surged and the power he released was extremely ferocious. It could subdue all demons and suppress everything. Elder Kangxi's heart skipped a beat. The attack of the white-robed man was way too terrifying and even he could not defend against the surging power. Without hesitation, Elder Kangxi reverted to his true form and took root. The other 5 half-martial ancestors reverted to their true forms as well. 6 half-martial ancestors attacked at the same time and hundreds of incomparably thick blood vines tore through the air and coiled towards Monk Daming's descending palm. Softness countered hardness. Although the power released by Monk Daming was strong, the hundreds of blood vines coiled around his arm like an anaconda. In the blink of an eye, Monk Daming was drowned by the hundreds of blood vines. Ha ha ha. A blood vine half-martial ancestor roared in laughter. I was wondering what sort of an impressive figure he was. So, he's nothing much. Don't underestimate your opponent and kill with all your might. Elder Kangxi hollered softly. Hundreds of blood vines constricted continuously, threatening to turn Monk Daming who was inside into sludge. Suddenly, the expressions of Elder Kangxi and the others change. They felt an extremely intense burning pain as though they were not killing a person but a gigantic fireball. Pest. The 6 blood vine half-martial ancestors could not help but release their grasp and retrieved their vines. Monk Daming's figure reappeared and a layer of flames burned on his body, emitting an extremely terrifying temperature. The flames landed on the blood vines of the 6 half-martial ancestors and burned dozens of them into holes. It was a tragic sight. The secret skill of Dharpamkara Monastery. Susimo focused his gaze. The moment Monk Daming attacked, he used 2 top-tier secret skills of the Buddhist monasteries. Monk Daming had once condensed 4 supreme Dharma characteristics of the Buddhist monasteries, and it was not surprising for him to have such attainments in Buddhism. Poof! Poof! The 6 blood vine half-martial ancestors reacted extremely quickly and severed those vines, spewing filthy and evil blood to extinguish the flames. Absorb. The 6 blood vine half-martial ancestors summoned their destiny dharmic weapons once more and threw the 6 blood gourds above Monk Daming's head. The mouth of the gourds faced him and released a terrifying suction force. The 6 suction forces wanted to rip Monk Daming into 2. Unyielding, Monk Daming condensed the immovable foundation seal with his hands. His glabella shone and an ancient temple appeared, expanding with the wind. The Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Countless experts were buried in this ancient temple. However, Not many people knew that this grand primordium ancient temple was a destiny dharmic weapon of a person. The ancient temple was filled with signs of time, ancient and filled with a Buddhist glow, as though it had brought everyone back to the primordial era. The grand primordium ancient temple hovered above Monk Daming's head and instantly isolated the power imbued in him by the 6 blood gourd. The 6 half-martial ancestor dharmic weapons were in a stalemate with the grand primordium ancient temple. It was impossible for the 6 blood gourds to rip the grand primordium ancient temple apart. However, it was extremely difficult for the grand primordium ancient temple to suppress 6 half-martial ancestor dharmic weapons as well. When they saw that, Elder Kangxi and the others attacked once more. At the same time, the 30 mighty figures of the blood vine race in the surroundings attacked one after another. Countless dharmic arts descended. Instantly, the weather changed and dharmic powers surged, almost penetrating the spot where Monk Daming stood. Monk Daming had a calm expression as he conjured hand seals with both hands and waved them in midair. Pointing in all directions, he shouted softly, "Formless Dharma." The moment he said that, the descending dharmic art dissipated into emptiness. Formless Monastery's secret skill. Su Zimo nodded silently. Monk Daming not only knew the top secret skills of the Buddhist monasteries, he had even cultivated them to their limit. 7-floor pagoda. Monk Daming changed his hand seals and a gigantic 7-floor pagoda descended from the skies, emitting a divine and flawless Buddhist light. Sanskrit reverberated endlessly. The Buddhist pagoda seemed to be extremely heavy and suppressed the 6 blood vine half-martial ancestors with an endless might. Elder Kangxi and the others were in their true forms and were rooted to the ground. Unable to move, they could only fight the dharmic arts head-on. Poof, poof, poof. However, how terrifying was the 7-floor pagoda? It was the most effective against such evil beings. The descent of the pagoda crushed at least 100 blood vines and flesh splattered everywhere in a tragic manner. As half-martial ancestors, Elder Kangxi and the others had boundless dharmic powers. With a surge, the severed blood vines grew once more. We'll hold him back. Hurry and look for the spatial nodes to dispel the spatial seal here. Elder Kangxi had already realized that the situation was bad and hurriedly ordered the remaining conjoint body mighty figures to disperse and search for the spatial nodes. All they had to do was to dispel the spatial seal here. At that time, they would gain the upper hand, be it in fighting or sending a message. Trying to escape. Monk Daming shook his head gently. How is that possible? That's all there is to your method. Elder Kangxi sneered. You're dreaming if you think that you can kill us with such capabilities. Monk Daming did not argue. Suddenly, he took a mysterious step and chanted while conjuring hand seals repeatedly, releasing dharmic powers into the 6 main peak. Elder Kangxi and the others felt their hearts skip a beat and were bewildered. Sensing something, Su Zimo suddenly looked up. 6 gigantic stars appeared in the firmaments and revolved with a mysterious trajectory. That's the Southern Dual 6 stars. Su Zimo murmured softly. The moment he said that, a series of explosions sounded from 6 Stars Mountain. Bang! Boom! Boom! One after another, terrifying powers burst forth from the 6 main peaks and surged into the skies, connecting to the Southern Dual 6 stars above the firmament. That's a formation. Su Zimo's attainment in array formations was extremely high to begin with, and he realized right away that Monk Daming was activating an ancient formation. This ancient formation made use of Heavenly Residence Peak, Heavenly Bridge Peak, Heavenly Secrets Peak, Heavenly Assimilation Peak, Heavenly Blessings Peak and 7 Kills Peak to invoke the power of the Southern Dual 6 stars, interweaving to activate the formation. Monk Daming's figure suddenly paused and his eyes lit up like the stars in the skies as he hollered softly, Southern Dual 6 stars formation, activate. Starlight fell from the skies one after another. Not only did every single streak of starlight contain the might of heaven and earth, their might was even amplified with the augmentation of the formation. Bang! 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 The starlight fell onto 6 Stars Mountain and created huge pits. Some of the mighty figures of the Bloodvine race could not dodge in time and their bodies were penetrated by the starlight, dying on the spot. Even mighty figures of the Bloodvine race could not defend against the power of starlight, let alone the other void reversions and Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. The starlight was intensifying. There were screams all over Six Stars Mountain and there were rivers of blood. Chapter 1436, Absorbing Bloodline. Chapter 1436, Absorbing Bloodline. The terrain drew in the stars and the six main peaks corresponded to the southern dual six stars. Alongside the activation of the formation, the power of the southern dual six stars formation was pushed to its limit. The starlight was intensifying. Initially, Elder Kangxi and the other 5 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors could defend against it. However, the formation was fused perfectly with the terrain of Six Stars Mountain and the stars in the skies circulated continuously, increasing in number. Unless someone could break through the formation forcefully, the southern dual six stars formation would not stop. Even if things were to drag on, Elder Kangxi and the other half-martial ancestors would be exhausted to death. Half an hour later, even Elder Kangxi and the other half-martial ancestors felt exhausted and weak. It was even worse for the other Bloodvine race beings. Against the southern dual six stars formation, there were less than 10 mighty figures of the Bloodvine race left. Of the 1,000-odd Bloodvine race beings, more than half were dead and less than 1,000 were left. They fled everywhere in the circle of Six Stars Mountain to avoid the starlight. However, the starlight was dense as rain and the space here was sealed. How could they hide? In less than 15 minutes, the remaining Bloodvine mighty figures would be buried on Six Stars Mountain. When he saw that, Su Zimo felt emotional. Given Monk Daming's combat strength, he might be able to secure victory against 6 half-martial ancestors head-on. However, he chose to use an even more relaxed method. He made use of external forces to kill all the Bloodvine race beings here. In fact, Su Zimo suspected that Monk Daming had already arrived long ago. However, Monk Daming waited for him to fight against everyone from the Bloodvine race before choosing to appear. It was as though everyone was part of his plans. What did Monk Daming do this for? Was he trying to refine the bloodline of the Bloodvine race on Six Stars Mountain? Was it because he was compassionate and wanted to save everyone from Southern Dual Sect? Was it for the Ashoka Wood? Were there other motives? Su Zimo was not certain. However, no matter what, Monk Daming was on the side of the human race. Even though he veered onto the path of the fiends, he was much stronger than most of the cowardly cultivators. Dharpamkara Monastery did not dare to provoke the Bloodvine race. However, Monk Daming dared to. Not only did he dare to, he even wanted to kill all the Bloodvine race beings on Six Stars Mountain, on the battlefield. Finally, the 6 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors could not hold on any longer. They reverted to their human forms and fled into the distance, avoiding the starlight. If they were to take root on the ground in their true forms, they would be crushed to death by the endless starlight. When he saw that, Su Zimo shook his head gently. It was over. If Elder Kangxi and the others were to take on human forms, they would die even faster. After taking on human form, although Elder Kangxi and the others were much more agile in their movement techniques, their combat strength was greatly reduced. They were almost completely helpless against Monk Daming. Furthermore, the space here was already sealed and it was impossible for Elder Kangxi to dispel the spatial seal within a short period of time. However, if Elder Kangxi and the others remained in their true forms, they would only be able to hold out for slightly longer at best. That was the terror of Monk Daming. He did not give the Bloodvine race any way out. Monk Daming had a calm expression when he saw Elder Kangxi and the others take on human forms. In a flash, his speed was shocking and he caught up to a Bloodvine half-martial ancestor in the blink of an eye. It was too fast. Su Zimo cultivated many escape techniques such as boundless golden light and so on. By fusing all of them together, he could only barely match Monk Daming's speed. Most likely, only the innate divine power of the golden rock comprehended by the dragon phoenix true body could surpass Monk Daming. The Bloodvine half-martial ancestor had clearly not expected Monk Daming to descend before him so quickly. In his panic, he attacked. Blood transformation. The Bloodvine half-martial ancestor hollered and flicked his sharp nails, slicing his wrist and spitting out a stream of essence blood towards Monk Daming. That essence blood contained his extremely deep cultivation. Once any living being was enveloped and he activated his secret skill, he could suck the bloodline of that living being dry. Monk Daming smiled and a strange blood glint flashed through his eyes. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and sucked the incoming essence blood. The essence blood surged into Monk Daming's mouth. Not only that, Monk Daming's action caused the wound on the wrist of the Bloodvine half-martial ancestor to rupture suddenly. Endless blood gushed forth like a burst dam. Conjoint body mighty figures could even regrow severed limbs. A wound that small could be healed in the blink of an eye. However, Monk Daming's suction caused blood to flow endlessly. In just a few breaths, the face of the Bloodvine half-martial ancestor turned incomparably pale and his body withered rapidly. More than half of his essence blood was sucked away by Monk Daming. Zimo was enlightened when he saw that. He could not help but recall how similar the scene before him was when Monk Daming crawled out of the stone coffin. However, Monk Daming was much stronger than before. The Bloodvine race is extremely bloodthirsty and some dharmic arts are similar to the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Zimo lamented internally, however, in terms of bloodline, even a Bloodvine half-martial ancestor won't be able to defend against Monk Daming who cultivated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Zimo's mind. As though he recalled something, he narrowed his eyes in deep thought. On the battlefield, the Bloodvine half-martial ancestor was horrified and his eyes were filled with fear. There was no way he could expect that this person who seemed dignified and well-versed in Buddhism would seemingly turn into a bloodthirsty fiend all of a sudden. More than 10 breaths. The blood chi of this Bloodvine half-martial ancestor deteriorated after it was sucked away by Monk Daming. His aura was weak and he was almost reduced to a skeleton. At that moment, the Bloodvine half-martial ancestor could not even conjure his true form. Swoosh! An essence spirit burst forth and fled into the distance. Monk Daming took a step forward and caught up with a single step. He extended his palm and restrained the person's essence spirit without killing the latter. Thereafter, Monk Daming did not stop and chased after another Bloodvine half-martial ancestor. The speed of the Bloodvine race could not compare to Monk Daming. Furthermore, 6 Stars Mountain was already sealed. Where could the other half-martial ancestors escape to? When the Bloodvine half-martial ancestor saw that he could not escape, he turned around and summoned his destiny dharmic weapon as well, charging towards Monk Daming. Monk Daming suddenly reached out and grabbed the blood gourd. He exerted strength in his palm. Snap! The half-martial ancestor dharmic weapon was crushed by Monk Daming. The essence spirit of the Bloodvine half-martial ancestor was implicated and he shuddered as though he was struck by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blood glint in Monk Daming's eyes flashed once more. Splash! The bloodline of the Bloodvine half-martial ancestor surged uncontrollably and seeped out of his pores, surging towards Monk Daming. It was an extremely terrifying sight. The bloodline of a half-martial ancestor was forcefully absorbed by Monk Daming using a secret skill and his body was ripped off. Chapter 1437, Complete Suppression. Chapter 1437, Complete Suppression. In the blink of an eye, the bloodline of the Bloodvine half-martial ancestor was refined and absorbed by Monk Daming as well. Monk Daming's eyes flashed coldly. The head of the Bloodvine half-martial ancestor seemed to have been sliced by something extremely sharp and split into 2 slowly, revealing the essence spirit within. Monk Daming reached out and captured this essence spirit in his palm as well as he continued hunting the other 4 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors. Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Monk Daming was definitely not a benevolent person. However, he did not kill the essence spirit of the Bloodvine half-martial ancestor, there seemed to be a deeper meaning to it. Bang! 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 Elder Kangxi and the other 3 half-martial ancestors were attacking wildly, wanting to dispel the spatial seal of 6 Stars Mountain. However, they were unable to locate the spatial nodes. If they wanted to break through it with brute force, it would take them a couple of days at least to do it. Monk Daming flew through the air with one hand behind his back. Holding the essence spirits of 2 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors in his palm, He walked over leisurely. Everyone, we can only fight to the death. Elder Kang, she had a terrible expression as he said in a deep voice. The other 3 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors gulped and nodded as well. They gathered rapidly with grim expressions and glared at Monk Daming fixedly. Fellow Daoist, we don't know you at all. Why are you trying to kill us? Elder Kang, she's tone finally softened. You guys didn't know the cultivators here either. Why did you guys have to kill them? Monk Daming asked instead. You're different from them. They're just ants. Elder Kang, she continued persuading, you already possess such combat strength at the conjoint body realm. You're definitely worthy of the Bloodvine race's respect. Oh. Monk Daming did not stop in his tracks and said indifferently, however, all of you are ants to me as well. As one of the primordial races, this was probably the first time that the Bloodvine race was viewed as an ant by others. Not many people in this world were qualified to have the guts to say such word. Attack. Suddenly, Elder Kang, she hollered. After the short exchange, he realized that it was impossible for him to beg this person to let them off. The only way he could escape alive was by fighting with his life. Elder Kang, she did not release any dharmic arts but released an essence spirit secret skill right away. The other 3 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors had a tacit understanding and attacked at the same time, releasing their essence spirit secret skills. The 4 blood-colored gourds condensed from essence spirit secret skills exited the consciousnesses of the 4 half-martial ancestors and smashed towards Monk Daming. Buzz. Although the essence spirit secret skills from the 4 half-martial ancestors were released silently, the void trembled. Monk Daming did not move at all, as though he was frozen, and allowed the 4 spirit consciousness blood gourds to smash into his glabella. We did it. The eyes of the 4 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors lit up and they revealed ecstasy. Monk Daming seemed like he did not manage to react and was struck in the consciousness by the 4 essence spirit secret skills. They did not expect that. Once an essence spirit secret skill enters one's consciousness, it would face the essence spirit directly. Even if he had any essence spirit defensive dharmic weapon, it would be difficult for him to defend against the essence spirit secret skills of the 4 half-martial ancestors. All of a sudden, an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation burst forth from Monk Daming's glabella. A gentle breeze blew and lifted the hair on his forehead, revealing a thin, blood scar on his glabella. At that moment, the streak of blood seemed to have turned redder, as though a blood-colored eye was about to open. Monk Daming was fine. The essence spirit secret skills of the 4 half-martial ancestors entered Monk Daming's glabella, but it was as though they were completely dissipated by the blood scar. Su Zimo was not surprised by that. Back in the Grand Primordium ancient temple, even when his green lotus sword entered Monk Daming's glabella, it returned fruitless. Suddenly, Su Zimo frowned, feeling that he had missed out on something critical. Why you re the heavenly? Elder Kang, she pointed at Monk Daming, as though he had discovered something, and his voice trembled with fear. Monk Daming smiled gently and extended his palm, grabbing towards Elder Kang she gently through the void. Poof! Elder Kang she's body seemed to be squeezed by a pair of invisible hands and exploded instantly, turning into a blood mist. His essence spirit was also captured by Monk Daming casually. Monk Daming strode forward and arrived beside the 3 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors. He merely raised one of his arms and flipped his palm to suppress the 3 of them. The 3 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors sensed danger and channeled their essence spirit dharmic powers like madmen, releasing many talismans, dharmic arts and dharmic weapon. This was the final gamble of the half-martial ancestors before their death. Monk Daming's body was way too terrifying after fusing 4 supreme Dharma characteristic. Even against the wild attacks of the 3 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors, he had no intention of dodging or retreating. He channeled his bloodline and the sound of a tsunami surged. Monk Daming's aura was also rising rapidly. Before long, he broke through a certain critical point. Behind Monk Daming, the phenomenons of the 4 Vajras glared with burning gazes in a terrifying manner. Bloodline phenomenon. The 3 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors exclaimed. Their dharmic arts were destroyed instantly in the face of the 4 Vajras. Right then, Su Zimo's gaze froze. He could clearly see Monk Daming frowning with a pained expression. The feeling Monk Daming gave him was that he was intelligent, gentle, unfathomable and emotionless. Even if he endured any pain, Monk Daming would probably not reveal it. If that's the case, why would Monk Daming feel pain when he activated his bloodline phenomenon? Suddenly, the four Vajras that were just conjured behind Monk Daming fused together and became a new phenomenon. Normally speaking, the fusion of the four Vajras should make them even more sacred and dignified. However, at that moment, a blooded and torrential fiend chi appeared behind Monk Daming. Raw. The figure had blurry features and its appearance could not be seen clearly. It charged at the three Bloodvine half-martial ancestors and let out a deafening roar. Monk Daming's eyes were closed and his body trembled slightly, as though he was enduring immense torture. Suddenly, the figure moved and lunged towards the three Bloodvine half-martial ancestors. In midair, it transformed into a gigantic blood-colored human face and opened its blooded mouth to devour the three of them. The dharmic weapons in midair were devoured by the gigantic mouth and dimmed in the blink of an eye. They fell from midair and turned into a pile of scrap metal. Ah! The three Bloodvine half-martial ancestors shrieked shrilly. However, it was useless. No matter how they resisted, they were still devoured by the blood-colored human face. Broop. Broop. The blood-colored human face swallowed huge mouthfuls of blood. The bodies of the three Bloodvine half-martial ancestors withered at a visible speed. Right then, Monk Daming touched his glabella gently and chanted Sanskrit. Suddenly, his eyes opened and they regained their clarity. His bloodline phenomenon and the blood-colored human face gradually faded as well. In that short period of time, the three Bloodvine half-martial ancestors had their bloodlines sucked dry, leaving only their skin and bones and horrified essence spirits. Chapter 1438 Soul Searching. Chapter 1438 Soul Searching. Monk Daming went forward and captured the essence spirits of the three Bloodvine half-martial ancestors as well. At that moment, the essence spirits of the six Bloodvine half-martial ancestors were imprisoned by Monk Daming. Monk Daming had an indifferent expression as a transparent ball of light appeared in his palm. The essence spirits of Elder Kangxi and the other Bloodvine half-martial ancestors were imprisoned within. Suddenly, Black Fiend Chi appeared on the surface of the ball of light and coiled towards the essence spirits of the six Bloodvine half-martial ancestors as though it was sentient. In the blink of an eye, many Black Fiend Chi coiled around the essence spirits of the six Bloodvine half-martial ancestors and restricted them like chains. Soul-searching art! Su Zimo exclaimed. What Monk Daming was releasing right now was the secret skill, soul-searching, from the Tao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra. In the Tao Inheritance Ground, Su Zimo used that secret skill to obtain the Green Thunder Manual in Tao Being Zephyr Thunder's memories and fused it to obtain the complete Great Void Spirit Refinement section. To think that Monk Daming knew the secret skill of the Fiend sects as well. The more he interacted with Monk Daming, the more he could sense how terrifying this person was. In fact, Su Zimo suspected that there was a high chance Monk Daming was still holding back on his combat strength. What does he want? Is he searching the memories of the six Bloodvine half-martial ancestors because there's some secret, or is it because he wants to get his hands on some cultivation techniques? Su Zimo was puzzled. Monk Daming's actions were clearly not a spur-of-the-moment decision. He had planned this long ago. Right from the beginning, he had not killed any Bloodvine half-martial ancestors just for this moment. The essence spirits of the six Bloodvine half-martial ancestors were withering rapidly. Suddenly, the essence spirit of a Bloodvine half-martial ancestor exploded and disintegrated. The soul-searching art had a high chance of failure. If the essence spirit that underwent the soul-searching art resisted continuously and affected the process, it would fail. Before long, Elder Kangxi's essence spirit exploded as well and he died. Two Bloodvine half-martial ancestor essence spirits died in succession and it was clear that Monk Daming did not obtain anything from their memories. However, his expression was calm and there was no hint of frustration or dejection as he continued to use the soul-searching art. There were no more surprises thereafter. Monk Daming closed his eyes and searched through the memories of the four half-martial ancestors for what he needed. 7 kills peak. In that short period of time, Suzimo's essence spirit and dharmic powers had recovered significantly. He arrived at the place where Teng Lingzi died and picked up the latter's storage bag under a pile of grisly corpses. Circulating his spirit consciousness, Suzimo erased the spirit consciousness imprint on the storage bag and opened it. There were many elixirs and dharmic weapons in the storage bag. In the cultivation world, those were superior-grade treasures. However, they did not interest Suzimo. His body was a grade 7 creation green lotus. What dharmic weapon could compare to it? Even Teng Lingzi's blood gourd was ruptured by the creation green lotus. Suddenly, Suzimo focused his gaze on a piece of wood. The piece of wood looked extremely old and was more than 10 feet long. It was as thick as a water barrel and emitted a tremendous amount of life force with a hint of warmth. Furthermore, Suzimo had an indescribable familiarity towards that piece of wood. Without mistake, this should be the Ashoka wood. The Saraka flower had long fused into his body. Therefore, he felt a sense of familiarity when he faced the Ashoka wood. Looking at the large piece of wood, Suzimo felt emotional and sighed internally. It was because of that piece of wood that Southern Dual Sect was destroyed and hundreds of thousands of cultivators were buried here with grievances. Right then, Suzimo sensed something and looked up. Monk Daming had already completed the soul-searching art with a calm expression. Even Suzimo did not know if Monk Daming obtained what he needed. Nobody knew what Monk Daming was thinking. Nobody knew the plans of Monk Daming either. After the soul-searching art, the essence spirits of 2 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors were already dead. As for the other 2 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors, their essence spirits were dazed and lost their memories. They were completely dumbfounded. Monk Daming rubbed his hands casually and killed the 2 half-martial ancestor essence spirits before heading towards 7 Kills Peak. To be fair, Suzimo did not know whether Monk Daming was now good or evil, Buddhist, fiend, foe or even friend. He could not confirm anything. It was as though good, evil, Buddha, fiend and righteousness had fused perfectly into this person without any bit of awkwardness. Although Monk Daming helped him earlier on, he would not be surprised if Monk Daming suddenly killed him the next moment. Even so, Suzimo did not leave. He had many questions in his mind. Perhaps he could get an answer from Monk Daming. "You seem like you have many questions." Right then, Monk Daming stepped foot on 7 Kills Peak with a wise gaze. As though he could read Suzimo's mind, he asked with a fake smile. "Yes." Suzimo did not hide anything and asked directly, "Are you Monk Daming?" Everything about Monk Daming's identity was merely Suzimo's speculation. Therefore, he had to confirm this matter first. "I was." Monk Daming smiled gently and did not hide anything. That was an acknowledgement. Suzimo nodded and asked again, "In the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, an expert hid in the dark. Although he did not appear the entire time, he attacked many times. That was you, right?" "Yes." Monk Daming smiled. "Amazing capabilities." Suzimo said, "All the experts of the world were under your control and you left nothing out." "Impressive." After a brief pause, he continued, "But no matter what, I only managed to escape thanks to your help." "I'm grateful." "It's nothing much, it was just a matter of convenience." Monk Daming smiled. "It's the same today. I'm here because I have other motives, so I helped you out of convenience." "Oh." Suzimo raised his brow and suddenly asked, "If I'm not wrong, you should have arrived here a long time ago, right? Why did you only appear after I fought against the Bloodvine race to the end?" Of course, that was easy to explain. Monk Daming wanted to wait till he was exhausted from fighting with the Bloodvine race before standing out so that he could clean up the mess easily. However, Suzimo felt that this was not Monk Daming's true thoughts. Monk Daming must have another motive. True enough. Monk Daming went silent for a moment when he heard Suzimo's question. After a moment, he said slowly, "I wanted to see if you'll use the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra in that desperate situation." "And if I did?" Suzimo narrowed his eyes and asked. "I might kill you." Monk Daming replied indifferently. Suzimo could sense that Monk Daming was not joking. Chapter 1439 Origin of Bloodfiend. Chapter 1439 Origin of Bloodfiend. Why? Su Zimo asked. If he was not wrong, Monk Daming had already cultivated his fiend techniques to a terrifying level and even derived a bloodline phenomenon. In fact, that bloodline phenomenon even surpassed Monk Daming's phenomenon of the Buddhist monasteries. It was indeed quite a ridiculous reason for Monk Daming to trigger his killing intent towards Su Zimo if the latter had used the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Monk Daming remained silent for a moment and did not reply to Su Zimo's question directly. He merely said meaningfully, "Take it that you've forgotten about that fiend technique. Don't ever use it." That was something that Su Zimo had realized a long time ago even without Monk Daming's reminder. Therefore, ever since he came out of Thousand Demon Valley, the thought of activating the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra even on the brink of death had never crossed his mind. This fiend technique seems to be similar to the cultivation techniques and secret skills of the Bloodvine race. Su Zimo recalled a terrifying speculation that circled in his mind earlier on and probed. Monk Daming said, "The Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra was created from the cultivation techniques and secret skills of the Bloodvine race to begin with. However, it's much stronger than the cultivation techniques of the Bloodvine race. Although the Bloodvine race is bloodthirsty, they require fresh blood. That's why they reared these cultivators from Southern Dual Sect and ensured that fresh blood could be absorbed and refined at any moment. However, the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra is different. You should know that as well." Su Zimo nodded. The terrifying thing about the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra was that it could refine all bloodlines for its own use. Even on the battlefield where countless cultivators died, it could still refine them and turn them into its own power. Su Zimo glared at Monk Daming and asked again, "How did Tao Lord Bloodfiend in the past learn the cultivation techniques and secret skills of the Bloodvine race? You should have guessed it given your thoughts, right?" Even though Monk Daming revealed a huge secret, his tone was calm. Bloodfiend was half a Bloodvine clansman to begin with. He's a remnant of the Bloodvine race. Indeed, earlier on, Su Zimo contemplated the possibility that Tao Lord Bloodfiend was related to the Bloodvine race. To think that Tao Lord Bloodfiend was a remnant of the Bloodvine race. Is he still alive? Su Zimo finally asked the greatest question in his mind. Monk Daming lowered his head slightly in silence. "I don't know." A long time later, Monk Daming said softly with a conflicted expression, "Perhaps." He seemed like he did not wish to talk about the matter and changed the topic. "Any other questions?" Su Zimo knew that given the way Monk Daming acted, even if he continued pressing the issue, he would not be able to get an answer. Pondering for a moment, Su Zimo asked, "Where are the survivors of Southern Dual Sect?" Monk Daming said, "They're fine. Before that, I used the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple to take them away from 6 Stars Mountain. They should have escaped long ago." "Where's Mingzhen?" Su Zimo asked again, the little monk beside me. "What do you think?" Monk Daming asked with a fake smile and a deep gaze. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he blurted, "Mingzhen didn't leave at all and is still here." "That's right." Monk Daming nodded and waved his sleeves. Suddenly, the void around Su Zimo rippled like water. Mingzhen's figure gradually appeared. At that moment, Mingzhen was pursing his lips tightly. He was on the brink of a breakthrough and his scrawny body was drenched in sweat. Amazing capabilities. Su Zimo could not help but praise. Actually, Su Zimo had always been doubtful. It was only logical that Monk Daming could shift everyone from Southern Dual Sect away stealthily. After all, he had fought against the Bloodvine race back then. Everyone from Southern Dual Sect was reared far away and nobody paid attention to them. That was the reason why Monk Daming could take so many living people away from 6 Stars Mountain. However, Mingzhen was right by his side, right under the noses of many Bloodvine mighty figures and half-martial ancestors. How could Monk Daming take Mingzhen away silently? Now, Su Zimo finally understood. Mingzhen did not leave at all. However, Monk Daming took advantage of the moment when Su Zimo was fighting against the experts of the Bloodvine race and released an illusion technique to hide Mingzhen. Su Zimo had witnessed the brilliance of Monk Daming's illusion technique back in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. However, It was still admirable that he was able to deceive so many mighty figures of the Bloodvine race and him. Of course, if Suzimo had not fought against the experts of the Bloodvine race, Monk Daming would naturally not have had the chance to attack, let alone hide everything. "What's up with the Southern Dual 6 Stars formation?" Suzimo asked. "There are 6 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors guarding 6 Stars Mountain. Even if your methods are extraordinary, it's impossible for you to infiltrate stealthily and set up such a mysterious and powerful formation without the detection of a Bloodvine mighty figure or half-martial ancestor. An array formation had to be drawn preemptively. This was an extremely massive project that consumed the most mental and physical energy. The Southern Dual 6 Stars formation could even kill conjoint body mighty figures with ease. Without a year or so, it would be difficult to set it up. That was also the reason why Suzimo was puzzled. Southern Dual 6 Stars formation. Monk Daming's eyes were filled with reminiscence as he said slowly with a sad expression, "The terrain of Southern Dual Sect is unique. The 6 main peaks are born naturally and correspond to the stars in the skies to begin with. 40,000 years ago, the founder master of Southern Dual Sect came here and discovered this strange terrain. He then established his sect here." At the mention of Southern Dual Sect's founder master, Monk Daming sighed gently. "I had a good relationship with him and he invited me over. We were the ones who set up this Southern Dual 6 Stars formation jointly. Unfortunately, when my old friend passed, Southern Dual Sect no longer had a successor. Nobody in the sect could activate this formation and it was abandoned." Monk Daming sighed sadly. In that case, this formation was indeed set up by Monk Daming. However, it was set up 40,000 years ago. After 40,000 years, Monk Daming had returned to this old place. However, things had changed and the world had changed. That sadness and loss was something that no one could understand. He was old friends with the founder master of Southern Dual Sect. That was probably the same reason why he saved everyone from Southern Dual Sect. The Southern Dual 6 Stars formation has no formation eyes. Monk Daming suddenly asked, "I heard that you have some attainments in array formations as well. If you fall into the Southern Dual 6 Stars formation, how would you dispel it?" His question seemed like a test. Pondering for a moment, Suzimo said, "The Southern Dual 6 Stars formation uses the 6 main peaks as a medium to draw in the power of the stars in the skies. On the surface, there are no formation eyes. However, in reality, the 6 main peaks have replaced the formation eyes. As long as I can shatter any of the main peaks, the formation will naturally collapse on its own." "Good, good, good." Monk Daming nodded repeatedly. "You truly live up to your reputation as the strongest monster incarnate in history." Monk Daming was one of the unprecedented monster incarnates to begin with, and there was probably no one in the world who could obtain such an appraisal from him. In truth, both of them harbored a hint of admiration towards the other in their hearts. Chapter 1440 Secret of the Killing Badge. Chapter 1440 Secret of the Killing Badge. The primordial races have set their killing badges on you. You have to be careful. Monk Daming said, among the monster incarnates of this generation, Teng Lingzi was the weakest. The god race's Firmament Emperor, Goddess Xiaoxiang, the Golden Crow 7th Prince, the Rakshasa race's Rakshasa Yu and the Witch race's Young Master Arcane Ghost should all be trying to find out more about you. In truth, if it was a one-on-one fight, Suzimo could suppress these monster incarnates of the primordial races. However, if the other party brought many mighty figures, half-martial ancestors, or set up any traps, it would be difficult for Suzimo to deal with them. Of course, as long as he could cultivate to the perfected conjoint body realm and refine his dharmic powers to their limits, nobody would be a threat to him unless a patriarch attack. Time. What he needed right now was time. Right then, Monk Daming said, "You don't have much time left. The annihilation of the Bloodvine race on 6 Stars Mountain will spread to the Bloodvine race and shock the entire cultivation world before long. More than 10,000 Bloodvine race beings died here. 50 mighty figures, 6 half-martial ancestors and even the young master of the Bloodvine race. With such a heavy loss, there's a high chance that a patriarch of the Bloodvine race will hunt you down." Suzimo raised his brow. Half of the Bloodvine race beings here died in your hands. If a patriarch comes out, you won't be able to hide either, right? Who knew that I was here? Monk Daming asked with a fake smile. The cultivators of Southern Dual Sect, Suzimo said instinctively. Monk Daming shook his head and smiled. Although I brought them away from Six Stars Mountain, I did not appear the entire time. They only saw you descending on Six Stars Mountain to fight against the experts of the Bloodvine race. This time round, when they leave and obtain the news of the destruction of the Six Stars Mountain Bloodvine race, they will only think that everything was your doing and no one will know that I appeared. Suzimo was silent. It was only then that he realized that Monk Daming had shifted everyone from Southern Dual Sect in advance, not because he was worried about their safety. It was because he did not want to expose his tracks. All the Bloodvine race beings on Six Stars Mountain were dead. Right now, apart from Suzimo, no one else knew the truth. However, Monk Daming knew that Suzimo would not publicize this matter. There was a high chance that Monk Daming had already accomplished some sort of goal by descending on Six Stars Mountain this time round to search through the memories of 6 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors. However, he did not expose his tracks and stayed out of things completely. It was the same for the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley. Monk Daming did not appear, but he was the eventual winner. His combat strength was already superior to his peers. Coupled with his profound wisdom and scheming capabilities that far surpassed others, someone like that was almost invincible without any weaknesses. Up till this point of his cultivation, Suzimo had encountered many paragons and monster incarnates such as Di-Yin. However, he was way too weak compared to Monk Daming. If Monk Daming wanted to kill Di-Yin, he might not even have to do it himself. He could do it by a scheme and Di-Yin would not even know how he died. However, someone as terrifying as this was defeated in the past as well. He was suppressed for 40,000 years. Right then, Monk Daming said, there should be an Ashoka wood in Tengling's storage bag. The Ashoka tree is a sacred tree of the Buddhist monasteries. As for you, you cultivate Buddhism and your body is the creation green lotus. This Ashoka wood is a great tonic for you. If you're able to absorb this Ashoka wood completely, you'll be able to break through to the mid-stage conjoint body realm with ease and might even reach the late-stage conjoint body realm. Suzimo nodded. However, Monk Daming changed the topic. Like I said, you don't have much time left. What do you mean by that? Suzimo frowned slightly. Once I leave Six Stars Mountain, I'll find a secluded place to hide. Even if a patriarch of the Bloodvine race comes out, will he be able to find me? That was Suzimo's plan. Now that Monk Daming was fine, he no longer had any concerns. Therefore, Suzimo intended to lay dormant after leaving Six Stars Mountain and absorb all the Ashoka wood before coming out. Sure. Monk Daming said with conviction, the patriarch of the Bloodvine race isn't the only one who can find you. Every single one of them can. After pondering for a moment, Suzimo murmured, the killing badge? That's right. Monk Daming said slowly, after the Bloodvine race released the killing badge on you, you gained a unique aura. No matter where you head to, they will be able to sense you. The killing badges of the other primordial races have the same effect. I see. Suddenly, Suzimo was enlightened. It was no wonder why Tenglingzi had to get the killing badge out even when he was about to die. Furthermore, the reason why he said that Suzimo would be hunted down by the Bloodvine race for the rest of his life and would have to die was because of the killing badge. If the killing badge was truly so powerful, Suzimo would be located by the Bloodvine race no matter where he went. He would not have the chance to refine the Ashoka wood. You're well versed in Buddhist and fiend secret skills. Are you able to dispel this badge? Suzimo looked at Monk Daming and asked in a deep voice. Given the methods displayed by Monk Daming right now, he was almost omnipotent and knew everything. Suzimo would not be surprised if he could dispel the killing badge. Monk Daming smiled and shook his head. I can't. After a brief pause, he continued, however, there's a place you can try. If the experts there are willing to do something, they might be able to dispel this killing badge. Where? Suzimo asked. Monk Daming said, Enigma Palace. At the mention of Enigma Palace, The first people Su Zimo recalled were Lin Xuanji and the old man with the Confucian crown. The second person he recalled was someone called Heavenly Secrets and also knew the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Heavenly Secrets was the one who schemed to capture Night Spirit and set up a trap in Heaven and Earth Valley to bait Su Zimo so that he could fight against the major sects, factions, and primordial races. He wanted to make use of that battle to refine the bloodlines of Heaven and Earth Valley. However, he did not expect that he would end up paving the path for monk daming. Before rushing to Heaven and Earth Valley, Su Zimo received a warning from Lin Xuanji. Furthermore, his handwriting was scribbled in a hurried manner. Could something have happened to Enigma Palace? Right. Monk Daming continued, I've also received news that your big brother should be rushing to Enigma Palace. Big brother? Su Zimo was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization. Big brother Yang Beichen. The Azura, yes. Monk Daming nodded. Back in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, the Azura chased after Heavenly Secrets. However, Enigma Palace had many secret skills. Heavenly Secrets had powerful escape techniques and fled the entire way. Although the Azura chased after him for thousands of kilometers, he still managed to return to Enigma Palace. Furthermore, he made use of the power of Enigma Palace to retaliate and injure the Azura severely. If I'm not wrong, the Azura should be heading over for revenge this time round. Initially, Su Zimo was hesitant. However, when he heard that, he made a decision to head to Enigma Palace immediately. Chapter 1441 The enraged gaze of the Vajra cannot compare to the lowered glance of the Bodhisattva. Chapter 1441 The enraged gaze of the Vajra cannot compare to the lowered glance of the Bodhisattva. Yang Beichen's hatred towards Heavenly Secrets stemmed from Qin Pianran's death. He had once said that he would not let anyone who hurt Qin Pianran off. Heavenly Secrets was one of the killers who killed Qin Pianran. Without Heavenly Secrets' divination, Yang Beichen and Qin Pianran's location would not have been exposed and Immortal Sword would naturally not have seized the opportunity to invade. Therefore, no matter who was backing Heavenly Secrets, even if it was a massive entity like Enigma Palace, Yang Beichen would definitely not let them off. If Yang Beichen were to attack Enigma Palace this time round, he would definitely start a massacre and a huge battle would break out. The reason why Su Zimo wanted to rush to Enigma Palace immediately was not because he was worried about Yang Beichen's massacre. He was worried about Yang Beichen's safety. Although Yang Beichen attained the title of Azura, he could no longer be considered as someone of the fiend sects. He was the second fiend emperor hatred, someone who was all alone and hated the entire world. He would not get involved with any sect or faction. To him, the only thing that mattered was hatred. Although he was supported by the two fiend techniques of the Hatred Sutra and Azura Sutra, it was almost impossible for Yang Beichen to challenge Enigma Palace single-handedly. If nothing unexpected happened, Yang Beichen's cultivation should still be at the conjoint body realm. Enigma Palace was the most mysterious and largest sect in the cultivation world. It was established and passed down by Fairy Ling Long in the ancient era. Throughout history, countless super sects disappeared in the sands of time without a trace. However, Enigma Palace remained standing. Although Enigma Palace rarely interfered in the affairs of the cultivation world, all the super sects in the cultivation world, be it the 9 immortal sects, 7 fiend sects or 6 Buddhist monasteries, would not take the initiative to provoke Enigma Palace. The prestige and status of Enigma Palace was unshakable in the cultivation world. Fairy Ling Long was the wife of the human emperor. Enigma Palace was more like a sacred ground for humans. Who was Yang Beichen? He was the Azura, a fiend who attained his Tao by killing. One could imagine the outcome of a fiend challenging a sacred place of the human race. Even if the patriarch of Enigma Palace did not appear, the foundation of Enigma Palace alone was not something that the Azura could defend against single-handedly. More importantly, Heavenly Secrets was an extremely terrifying opponent. If not for Monk Daming's sudden appearance in Heaven and Earth Valley, everyone would have been Heavenly Secrets' chess pieces that were set up for him. Previously, Heavenly Secrets was hunted down by Yang Beichen and escaped back to Enigma Palace in a panic. He was unprepared and merely injured Yang Beichen severely. Given Heavenly Secrets' intelligence, He would definitely expect Yang Beichen to make a comeback. He must have prepared everything and set up a trap, waiting for Yang Beichen to jump in so that he could bury the latter in Enigma Palace. Yang Beichen was no fool. It was not that he had not thought of that. However, he was already fiendish and the hatred in his heart gained the upper hand. Therefore, even though he knew that there were endless dangers ahead, even if he had to be smashed into pieces and his essence spirit was destroyed, he would kill his way into Enigma Palace to take revenge for Qin Pianra. There was only hatred in the Azura's heart, not life and death. Therefore, Su Zimo had to head to Enigma Palace. On the other hand, since there was no news from Lin Xuanji, he could ask about it when he was at Enigma Palace as well. Of course, Monk Daming had just mentioned that Enigma Palace might have a way to dispel the Bloodvine race's killing badge. No matter what, he had to head to Enigma Palace. Right then, an extremely powerful aura burst forth from Mingzhen's body. It was as though another shackle on Mingzhen had been broken. After entering the conjoint body realm, he broke free of the shackles of heaven and earth once more and his lifespan extended to 20,000 years. Initially, Mingzhen was skinny and frail. Now that he was at the conjoint body realm, his flesh gradually filled and his withered yellow face gradually turned rosy. Mingzhen's life force intensified. He held a green lantern in his palm. The flame of the green lantern gradually calmed down and emitted a faint glow that fused with Mingzhen's aura. Monk Daming's gaze landed on Mingzhen and his eyes lit up. What a pure Buddhist aura! Monk Daming could not help but exclaim. He sensed carefully and was surprised. He actually obtained the inheritance of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? That's right. Su Zimo nodded. That's incredible. Monk Daming nodded slightly. Without great compassion, magnanimity and courage, there's no way he could have obtained the recognition of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. This young monk is not bad. His future accomplishments are limitless. The appraisal of Monk Daming was remarkable. Right then, Mingzhen opened his eyes and stood up slowly with a faint smile. His eyes were clear and bright without any impurities. Those eyes seemed to possess a mysterious noble power and supreme benevolence that could calm one's heart and enlighten all living beings. Even Monk Daming turned his head away subconsciously after meeting Mingzhen's eyes for a brief moment. The enraged gaze of the Vajra cannot compare to the lowered glance of the Bodhisattva. I've finally witnessed that today. Monk Daming lamented. That was a classic saying in the Buddhist monasteries. The enraged gaze of the Vajra could subdue a group of fiends. However, the Bodhisattva's lowered gaze spread compassion throughout all 6 paths of reincarnation. Coincidentally, Monk Daming cultivated the 4 Vajras. As for Mingzhen, he inherited the legacy of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. The reason Monk Daming had that realization was because he turned his head away involuntarily after meeting Mingzhen's gaze. This did not mean that Mingzhen's combat strength could compare to Monk Daming. However, Monk Daming lost in terms of comprehension of Buddhism. You guys can leave. I still want to stay here for a period of time. Monk Daming stood on 7 Kills Peak and looked into the distance, waving his hand. There were tens of thousands of Bloodvine race beings buried on 6 Stars Mountain, including dozens of mighty figures and 6 half-martial ancestors. There was no way Monk Daming would miss such a bloodline. As Su Zimo pondered, Monk Daming suddenly said, additionally, you have to watch out for those who cultivate the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra from now on. Narrowing his gaze slightly, Su Zimo asked, including you? Including me. Monk Daming replied indifferently. I've got it. Su Zimo nodded and prepared to leave. Right then, a gentle breeze blew past and gently lifted Monk Daming's long hair, revealing the thin, blood scar on his glabella. Su Zimo frowned as a thought flashed through his mind. He suddenly thought of an extremely bold guess regarding Monk Daming. Let's go, junior brother. Right then, Mingzhen said. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo hid his speculation in the depths of his heart and prepared to check it out when he had the chance. All right. Su Zimo replied before leaving together with Mingzhen. Is there something on your mind, junior brother? When Mingzhen saw that Su Zimo was distracted, he glanced sideways and asked curiously. It's nothing much. Su Zimo shook his head and did not think about monk daming anymore. He said in a deep voice, "I'm prepared to make a trip to Enigma Palace. What are your plans from now on?" "Nothing much. I just want to return to Dragon Burial Valley to visit Master." Mingjin said deeply, "There's no hurry about that though. I'll send a message to Dharpamkara Monastery to inform them that I'm safe and accompany you to Enigma Palace to take a look." He could tell that Su Zimo was probably headed to Enigma Palace for something important. As such, he decided to travel together to see if he could help out. All right. Su Zimo did not decline. Both of them channeled their dharmic powers and traveled with all their might. Chapter 1442, Human Emperor's Words. Chapter 1442, Human Emperor's Words. Puppet Sect. The two sleazy heads huddled together. "Why are you looking for me? I'm not going." Shijian shook his head like a rattledrum and replied firmly, "This is going to be an amazing tomb." Little Fatty took out a crumpled beast hide and said mysteriously, "Lin Xuanji sent us this treasure map and invited us to explore it. Think about it, if even he can't do it, how incredible is this tomb?" Back in the Dao inheritance ground, Lin Xuanji found the astral dragon sputum lair and entered the tomb on his own. He was also an expert in this regard. Pouting his lips, Shijian replied, "Since when were you so close to Lin Xuanji? Why didn't I know?" "You're saying that. Back in Myriad Phenomenon City, we fought shoulder to shoulder with him and we had some ties." Little Fatty argued hurriedly, "I'm not going." "You're definitely setting me up again." Shijian shook his head. "All these years, I've accompanied you to many tombs. Even if we don't talk about life and death, we've gone through thick and thin together. Fatty, you're way too dishonest. You never share good stuff with me." "I'll definitely share it with you this time round." Little Fatty replied with a stern expression, "I swear I'll definitely give it to you if I find something good this time round." "All right, I'll trust you one more time." Hesitating for a moment, Shijian took the treasure map and stared at it for a long time before frowning. "This place is in the heaven-expanding mountain range. It's quite close to Enigma Palace. It's fine, there's still Lin Xuanji, right?" Little Fatty waved it off. "With him backing us, nobody will know. Pure maiden sect." In the room, a charming woman sat by the window. She wore a gentle white daoist robe that accentuated her perfect figure. It was curvy and exquisite. The woman propped her chin on one hand, looking distracted with a hint of worry on her face. "Auntie Gu, you're looking for me?" Right then, a girl in pink entered the room. The moment the girl in pink entered the room, it was as though the entire room had turned brighter. Even the beautiful woman sitting there paled in comparison in front of the girl in pink. The girl in pink was none other than Demonis Ji. The beautiful woman sitting there was Jiyu Shi, the former chief steward of the Sky Treasure Auction House in the capital of Great Ju. Over the years, Jiyu Shi had already entered the Void Reversion realm and became a Void Reversion Dao being. However, Demonis Ji had far surpassed her cultivation realm. Demonis Ji was already at the conjoint body realm. As the pure maiden of the fiend sects, Demonis Ji had sufficient cultivation resources and had obtained multiple great opportunities over the years. For example, the inheritance of Fairy Ling Long from the Human Emperor's Palace and the complete Pure Maiden Sutra in the Dao inheritance ground had allowed Demonis Ji's cultivation to advance tremendously. She was lauded as the #1 pure maiden of the fiend sects for the past 100,000 years. "Auntie Gu, why did you lose so much weight?" Demonis Ji frowned slightly and felt her heart wrench. Although her current cultivation and status far surpassed Jiyu Shi, she still had a deep relationship with the latter and did not neglect her at all. "It's nothing much." Jiyu Shi forced a smile. "You're worried about the Azura?" Demonis Ji sighed internally and could not help but ask. Jiyu Shi lowered her head slightly in silent acknowledgement. Demonis Ji knew that many years ago, Jiyu Shi had a deep crush on Yang Beichen. Later on, after hearing some rumors about Yang Beichen and Qin Pianran, Jiyu Shi was heartbroken and could not let go for many years. Later on, Qin Pianran died and the true Azura was born. The Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley shocked the entire world. Jiyushi's cultivation realm was not high and she was not qualified to head to Heaven and Earth Valley. However, when she heard the Azura's condition, she was secretly worried. Yaoyang, I know his personality best. After a long silence, Jiyushi said, Heavenly secrets killed Qin Pianran. He'll definitely look for heavenly secrets at Enigma Palace. Yaoyang, I'm begging you, go take a look at Enigma Palace. If you see him in trouble, please lend him a hand. Jiyushi's voice trembled and her eyes reddened. Among the people I know, you're the only one who can help him. There was no way the fiend sects would step in for something as such. Who would go against Enigma Palace for the sake of a lunatic who had no regard for any relationships and was not in the right mind? Auntie Jiyu, don't worry. I'll make a move right away and rush to Enigma Palace. Demonis Ji agreed without hesitation. Pondering for a moment, she said, however, given my combat strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to go against the powerful Enigma Palace either. I can only try my best. Yaoyang, you must be careful not to implicate yourself. If anything goes wrong, abandon him. Jiyushi said resolutely. She was worried about the Azura. However, she did not wish for Demonis Ji to end up dying because of the Azura either. It's nothing. Demonis Ji smiled gently and shook her head. Enigma Palace won't dare to hurt me. Half a month later, at the heaven-expanding mountain range. The heaven-expanding mountain range was filled with thick fog all year round and Enigma Palace was situated within. Ever since the ancient era, the world had changed on Tianhuang mainland and countless battles broke out, destroying endless sects. Even super sects were not spared. However, Enigma Palace had always stood tall in the heaven-expanding mountain range. Not only that, up till the ancient era, there had never been anyone or any sect or faction that dared to cause trouble for Enigma Palace in the heaven-expanding mountain range. This was a sacred ground for the human race. However, on this day, a person arrived in the heaven-expanding mountain range. The person wore a black robe and his white hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were pitch black and he had a cold expression as he walked over slowly. Dragging a saber that was coiled with fiend chi in his right hand, he drew a series of sparks on the ground. No matter who it was, they would feel a torrential hatred and killing intent when they saw that person. The Azura, Yang Beichen. Yang Beichen walked through the thick fog. The thick fog was extremely confusing and could even block spirit consciousnesses. Cultivators with lesser cultivation realms would get lost in the fog, let alone locate Enigma Palace. However, that thick fog was useless against Yang Beichen's pitch-black eyes. He continued forward towards Enigma Palace. The hatred fiend Saber seemed to have sensed something and turned extremely excited at that moment, trembling and buzzing on the ground. Before long, Yang Beichen paused and looked up. Not far ahead, on a continuous mountain range, there were ancient Dao palaces that resembled stars in the skies. Every single Dao palace seemed to possess a mysterious secret. There was a gigantic stele erected further ahead with two bold and vigorous words written on it, Enigma Palace. The words exuded an extremely terrifying might. As Yang Beichen approached, the pressure became increasingly obvious. In the end, even he could not withstand it. Right now, Yang Beichen was already at the late-stage conjoint body realm. However, he could not advance a single step in front of the stele. This stele had a powerful origin. The words on the stele were written by the eternal human emperor personally in the past. The words of the human emperor were eternal. Chapter 1443, Exquisite Killing Formation. Chapter 1443, Exquisite Killing Formation. Yang Beichen's gaze shifted and landed on the stele not far away. Human Emperor, Fufu. Yang Beichen had a vengeful expression as he laughed bitterly. Why are you stopping me when you don't know anything at all? You really intend to stop me with just 3 words written on a lousy stele? Yang Beichen hollered and pitch-black hatred fiend chi spread out from his body. He resisted the might of the stele and walked forward step by step. The terrifying thing about the Hatred Sutra was that the deeper the hatred in one's heart, the stronger the power that could be triggered. That aura is way too annoying. Yang Beichen's gaze was cold as he glared at the Stele not far away with a murderous aura. The Fiend Emperor Hatred was the #1 Fiend Emperor of the Ancient Era. Although he killed countless primordial races in the Ancient Era, Immortals and Fiends were enemies after all. Yang Beichen cultivated the Hatred Sutra and inherited the Hatred Fiend Saber. Naturally, he was extremely resistant to the aura of the human emperor released by the Stele. Since you want to stop me, I'll kill you. Yang Beichen arrived before the Stele and swung his arm. The Hatred Fiend Saber streaked through the air with a cold flash of light and slashed towards the Stele. Clang! The Hatred Fiend Saber struck the Stele heavily and let out an ear-piercing sound with sparks flying. The 3 words on the Stele shone brightly and released an extremely terrifying recoil that surged into the Hatred Fiend Saber. The burst of that power triggered the ferocity of the Hatred Fiend Saber instead. The aura of the Fiend Saber surged and derived endless Hatred Fiend Chi. It was pitch black as ink and filled with torrential hatred, devouring the Stele instantly. The 2 energies were in a stalemate. This had already turned into a fight between the Hatred Fiend Saber and the Stele. Crack, 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 cracks sounded from the Fiend Chi. Eventually, the Hatred Fiend Saber gained the upper hand. After all, the Stele was only left behind by the human emperor, but the Hatred Fiend Saber was a true emperor weapon. Yang Beichen was expressionless as he dragged the Hatred Fiend Saber and continued heading towards the many Dao palaces before him. The Fiend Chi behind him dissipated, revealing scattered rocks. The eternal Stele with the human emperor's words etched on it was crushed into rubble by the Hatred Fiend Saber. Audacious fiend. A holler sounded. Extremely powerful auras burst forth from each Dao palace. Many experts of Enigma Palace had arrived. At a glance, there were more than 100 of them. Among them, there were 10 half-martial ancestor experts alone. The rest were all conjoint body mighty figures. Most importantly, this was not the full strength of Enigma Palace. Azura, Enigma Palace did not kill you last time. You don't know what's good for you and even dare to return. A half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace hollered with a stern expression. This was half-martial ancestor Qian Tian of Enigma Palace. Another half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace said coldly, "You destroyed the Stele of Enigma Palace with the human emperor's words. You truly deserve to die for your crimes." This was half-martial ancestor Divine Turtle Dove of Enigma Palace. "Azura, you met with a great calamity and ended up in such a state." Another half-martial ancestor Li Heng said with a pained expression, "Initially, I felt some pity for you. To think that you wouldn't repent and even came to Enigma Palace to cause trouble." The 3 half-martial ancestors had an extremely high status in Enigma Palace and were the strongest in combat. Even against more than 100 experts of Enigma Palace, Yang Beichen was fearless as he said expressionlessly, "Hand over heavenly secrets and I'll leave." Insolent. Half-martial ancestor Divine Turtledove hollered, "Heavenly Secrets is now the young master of Enigma Palace and has a noble status. How can you provoke him? Throughout history, there has truly never been anyone who dared to challenge Enigma Palace. You're the first, Azura." Half-martial ancestor Qian Tian said coldly, "Azura, do you really think that Enigma Palace is a place you can come and go as you please?" As though he could not understand the warning from the experts of Enigma Palace, Yang Beichen merely asked indifferently, "Are you guys going to stop me as well? If that's the case, don't blame me for starting a massacre in Enigma Palace." When Yang Beichen said that, the Hatred Fiend Saber in his hands seemed to have sensed something and buzzed, turning extremely excited. Truly hopeless. Half-martial ancestor Li Heng shook his head and sighed. "I've long said that the Azura has lost his humanity and turned into a complete fiend with zero remorse." Right then, a voice sounded slowly, "If such a fiend is allowed to grow, he will be a calamity for the human race and bring endless trouble to Tianhuang mainland." A person slowly walked over from the many Dao palaces. His robes fluttered and he wore a Confucian crown on his head. With handsome features and a folding fan in his hands, he had a faint smile on his face the entire time. When Yang Beichen saw that person, layers of hatred fiend chi derived from his body. The hatred in his eyes had already reached its limits as he barked hatefully, Heavenly Secret. Azura, you're truly bold. Heavenly Secret smiled indifferently and said calmly, however, Enigma Palace is not a place you can challenge. Since you decided to go against Enigma Palace, prepare to die here. Kill. When Yang Beichen saw Heavenly Secrets, he could no longer hold it in and charged towards the latter with the Hatred Fiend saber. The many experts of Enigma Palace were motionless as they looked at Yang Beichen from afar with mocking gazes. Phew! Heavenly Secrets chuckled. Enigma Palace is a sacred place for the human race. There's no way a fiend with your bloody hands can enter. He conjured hand seals with both hands and there was a gentle quake beneath his feet. Activate. Buzz. A series of divine lights burst forth from the Dao palaces on the heaven-expanding mountain range and entered the ground beneath Yang Beichen's feet. Immediately after, the formation patterns shone and illuminated the world. An ancient formation was activated and Yang Beichen was trapped within instantly. Yang Beichen froze. In his vision, Enigma Palace, Heavenly Secrets and the others had already vanished. There were only layers of fog in front of him. No matter how he waved the Hatred Fiend saber, channeled his spirit consciousness and released dharmic powers, the fog before him could not disperse. All his power vanished into the fog like a rock sinking into the ocean. Heavenly Secrets, come out. Yang Beichen roared and surveyed his surroundings with immense hatred in his eyes. He took a step forward. All of a sudden, an extremely terrifying power descended and slashed towards Yang Beichen. Yang Beichen harumphed coldly and waved the Hatred Fiend saber. He slashed in reverse and shattered that power. He took another step forward. Swoosh! An even more terrifying sword beam descended. Although the Hatred Fiend saber managed to defend against the sword beam, Yang Beichen's arm felt slightly numb. In Enigma Palace, Heavenly Secrets stood with his hands behind his back with a calm expression and a faint smile. Azura, don't even think about coming out alive after falling into the Exquisite Killing Formation. The Exquisite Killing Formation. In the ancient era, it was the #1 killing formation of Tianhuang mainland. That was also the reason why Fairy Ling Long was renowned throughout the world. The Exquisite Killing Formation was complex and every step was filled with killing intent. A single misstep would cause one to sink deeper and attract endless attacks from the killing formation. Throughout history, even top-tier formation grandmasters could not dispel the Exquisite Killing Formation. There was only one way to dispel the Exquisite Killing Formation. There were a total of 380 steps to the Exquisite Killing Formation. Each of the 380 steps had to be undertaken correctly. A single misstep and one would be doomed to eternal damnation. In the ancient war, this Exquisite Killing Formation killed countless experts of the primordial races. Throughout history, the reason why no sect or faction dared to provoke Enigma Palace was mostly because of the Exquisite Killing Formation. Chapter 1444 Appearance of the Pure Maiden. Chapter 1444 Appearance of the Pure Maiden. Two furtive figures were stealthily hiding in a dark corner in the heaven-expanding mountain range, watching everything unfold before Enigma Palace. The two figures were Shi Jian and Little Fatty, who had rushed thousands of miles to look for the tomb. What's the background of this Exquisite Killing Formation? It seems like it's quite powerful. Shi Jian muttered. More than that, this is the #1 killing formation of the ancient era. Little Fatty said, this formation was set up by Fairy Ling Long personally. Who in the world can dispel it? Brother Su is well versed in formations. If he's here, he should be able to dispel this formation, Shi Jian said deeply. Hee. Little Fatty laughed. Although I respect Bro, he truly can't dispel the Exquisite Killing Formation. Even the #1 master of formations in Tianhuang mainland won't be able to dispel it, let alone Bro. What do you mean? There's no hope for anybody that falls into the formation? Shi Jian's eyes widened. Little Fatty nodded. As long as you take a wrong step in this Exquisite Killing Formation, the attacks you receive will increase endlessly and become more ferocious. Initially, there might be some powers of the conjoint body realm. Later on, there will be powers of the half-martial ancestor realm and even divine powers. What? Shijian muttered. The power of divine powers was the power of an ancestor realm cultivator. Little Fatty said, "Don't doubt me. There were many Mahayana patriarchs who died in this formation in the ancient war. I heard that back then, Fairy Ling Long controlled this killing formation personally and even killed an emperor. So amazing." Shijian was shocked. "What do you think?" Little Fatty said, "Fairy Ling Long did not become an emperor, but she established Enigma Palace and was renowned through the ages. Do you really think it's just because she's the wife of the human emperor?" Shijian asked, "Doesn't that mean that the Azura is dead for sure?" "You can't say that either." Little Fatty said, "If Fairy Ling Long descends, there might be hope for the Azura." TSK. Shijian pouted his lips. "Why isn't Lin Xuanji out yet?" Little Fatty frowned slightly and rubbed his chubby palms anxiously. Shijian replied, "What's the hurry? I reckon it's inconvenient for him to come out now that the Azura is here at Enigma Palace." "Now's the best time," Little Fatty said. "The attention of everyone from Enigma Palace is on the Azura. Let's dig up the tomb and take away the treasures inside. There are so many experts in Enigma Palace. It's hard to guarantee that they won't notice anything after the Azura dies. It'll be difficult to make a move then." "What do you mean?" Shijian asked. Little Fatty said darkly, "Let's not wait for Lin Xuanji. That old fogey is unreliable and his whereabouts are unpredictable. Let's not bother about him since the treasure map is in our hands." "That works too." Shijian hesitated for a moment. "However, why do I feel that something is amiss? There's something strange about this." "What's wrong?" "You love to think too much, stupid head." Little Fatty pouted. "Don't worry, you'll definitely be the first to pick out the treasures we discover this time round." "All right." Shijian had no more doubts and nodded. "Let's begin." In front of Enigma Palace, Yang Beichen had already fallen completely into the exquisite killing formation. Bang! 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 He wielded the Hatred Fiend Saber and channeled both Fiend Sutras to their limits. Layers of Fiend Chi covered the skies and blocked the attacks time and again. However, he could no longer walk. The attacks of the exquisite killing formation turned increasingly ferocious. However, he could not find any way to dispel it. "Heavenly secrets! Heavenly secrets, get out!" Yang Beichen roared loudly like an injured demon beast. His eyes were pitch black and the hatred in his heart was at its limit. In truth, if not for the support of that torrential hatred, he would have been minced to death by the exquisite killing formation as well. Enigma Palace. Heavenly Secrets and the others looked down from above with mocking expressions. There's no wonder why the Azura is a monster incarnate of the fiend sects. If I'm not wrong, he has already taken 209 steps in the exquisite killing formation. Half-martial ancestor Li Heng sighed gently. "Even if we fall into it, we'll die before we can take 100 steps. That's useless though." Heavenly Secrets smiled gently. "The further he progresses, the more difficult it will become. The pressure on him doubles with every step he takes. Unless Fiend Emperor Hatred is reborn, the Azura will definitely die in less than half an hour." Half-martial ancestor Divine Turtle Dove said coldly. "Hihi, what a crowd." Right then, a chuckle sounded from midair in a pleasant manner. When the experts of Enigma Palace heard that laughter, their hearts skipped a beat and they could not help but want to see what sort of a peerless beauty the owner of that voice was. Even half-martial ancestor Qian Tian and the others frowned. Even half-martial ancestors were affected. Everyone turned towards the sound. In the void not far away, a girl in pink stood in midair. She had a graceful figure and a flawless face. A single smile from her was enough to dim the world. His watery eyes seemed like they could steal one's soul with a single glance. Broop, broop. Gulps could be heard from Enigma Palace. More than half of the conjoint body mighty figures of Enigma Palace revealed infatuated expressions and fixed their gazes on the girl in pink. They could not take their eyes off her at all. Although the remaining conjoint body mighty figures realized something, they struggled to defend. Many mighty figures shuddered and lowered their gazes, not daring to look at the girl in pink. The girl in pink was this generation's pure maiden, Demonis G. After Demonis G obtained the complete Pure Maiden Sutra and advanced to the conjoint body realm, her bewitching techniques were completely infused into her bones. She did not even have to activate it intentionally. Every single frown, smile and action of hers could cause one to bow down to her. At that moment, some of the mighty figures of Enigma Palace lost their minds and walked towards Demonis G in a daze, completely losing their mind. Humph! Harumphing coldly, Heavenly Secrets suddenly opened his mouth and said word by word, "Pure Maiden, you sure are capable." Among the many conjoint body mighty figures, Heavenly Secrets was the only one who could maintain his composure. Every single word he said used a sound domain secret skill and echoed in the minds of the mighty figures of Enigma Palace like a hammer. Many mighty figures of Enigma Palace woke up with ugly expressions. The more they thought about it, the scarier it was. If not for Heavenly Secrets' reminder, they would have been bewitched and controlled by Demonis G by now. Even if she wanted them to commit suicide on the spot, they wouldn't hesitate. What is this generation's Pure Maiden doing at Enigma Palace? Heavenly Secrets asked indifferently with a smile. Hee, I want to take someone away. Demonis G smiled brightly in an innocent manner. She did not seem to possess the slightest bit of scheming and conniving in the cultivation world. The smile of this young girl could cause an inexplicable sense of bliss in someone's heart such that they would want to protect her. Chapter 1445, Reneging. Chapter 1445, Reneging. Oh! Heavenly Secrets raised his brow slightly and asked, "Who do you want to take away?" The Azura. Demonis G pointed at the Azura who was covered in injuries in the exquisite killing formation. The smile in Heavenly Secrets' eyes intensified as he shook his head gently. The Azura doesn't care about relationships and can no longer be considered as someone of the fiend sects. You don't seem to have any ties with him either. Why do you want to get involved? I naturally have my plans. Demonis G bowed to Heavenly Secrets from afar and smiled. Fellow Daoist Heavenly Secrets, please give me some face. I'll definitely remember this favor. From now on, as long as you have any requests, as long as it's not overboard, I'll definitely agree to them. Her words were flirtatiously ambiguous. Many mighty figures of Enigma Palace wished that they could agree on behalf of Heavenly Secret. Foo. The smile on Heavenly Secrets' face did not reduce and his eyes remained clear. All right, if you can bring the Azura away, I naturally won't stop you. Are you serious? Demonis G asked with a smile. Of course. Heavenly Secrets said with a smile, I won't stop you if you can bring the Azura out of the exquisite killing formation. However, out of goodwill, I have to remind you about something. It's easy to enter the exquisite killing formation, but it's difficult to come out. Thank you for the reminder. Smiling, Demonis G's figure flashed and she entered the exquisite killing formation without hesitation. Are all the paragons of this generation so ignorant? Half-martial ancestor Divine Turtle Dove sneered. Half-martial ancestor Li Heng frowned. I heard that the Pure Maiden obtained Fairy Ling Long's inheritance in the Human Emperor's palace. It's better not to kill her. She has a death wish. Half-martial ancestor Qian Tian pouted. The exquisite killing formation is right there and we didn't ask her to get in. She was the one who insisted on barging in. It has nothing to do with us. As everyone discussed, Demonis G had already entered the exquisite killing formation. The Azura has taken 209 steps. Let's see how many steps this Demonis can take. Half-martial ancestor Divine Turtle Dove sneered. The moment he said that, Demonis G had already taken a step in the exquisite killing formation. It was an extremely beautiful step that seemed to exude an indescribable mysteriousness. The attacks of the exquisite killing formation did not descend. Everyone from Enigma Palace frowned slightly. However, nobody minded it since it was just a single step. Immediately after, Demonis G advanced through the exquisite killing formation with mysterious steps towards Yang Beichen. The distance between the two of them shortened rapidly. Right from the beginning, the exquisite killing formation had not attacked Demonis G once. How could this be? Her footwork is completely different from the steps required to dispel the exquisite killing formation. They're completely wrong, but why isn't the exquisite killing formation reacting at all? The mighty figures of Enigma Palace were shocked and puzzled. That footwork. The half-martial ancestors of Enigma Palace were bewildered, as though they had thought of something but were unsure. It's the exquisite steps. Right then, Heavenly Secrets said slowly. What? Everyone from Enigma Palace was shocked. Heavenly Secrets said in a deep voice, Demonis G used the exquisite steps just like Founder Master Ling Long in the past. With the aura of Founder Master Ling Long, there's naturally no way this killing formation would attack her. The inheritance that Demonis G obtained in the Human Empress Palace was clearly the Heaven Fiend dance. How could it be the exquisite steps? Someone asked in disbelief. I'm not sure about that. Heavenly Secrets shook his head. This exquisite steps was the ultimate technique that brought Fairy Ling Long to fame. Back that, with that footwork, at her peak, Fairy Ling Long could even match the emperors of the primordial races. However, although Fairy Ling Long established Enigma Palace, she did not leave the legacy of the exquisite steps in Enigma Palace. To think that the exquisite steps would reappear on the pure maiden of the Fiend sect. Stop her. Heavenly Secrets suddenly said, we can't let her take away the Azura. Otherwise, Enigma Palace will never have peace. Some of the mighty figures of Enigma Palace did not hesitate when they received Heavenly Secrets' orders. Dharmic arts were released, one towards Demonis G, who was inside the exquisite killing formation. Here. Sensing danger, Demonis G could not help but chuckle with a mocking expression. To think that the young master of Enigma Palace would renege on his words. What a joke. You're wrong. Heavenly Secrets smiled indifferently. I only promised you that I won't stop you. However, I didn't say that the others of Enigma Palace won't stop you. Foo-foo. Demonis G laughed. To think that the young master of Enigma Palace would resort to such a trick. How despicable. Enigma Palace is a sacred place of the human race. Since when have we been reduced to such a state? Even I feel embarrassed for you. Although the attacks of many conjoint body mighty figures were ferocious, Demonis G could avoid danger each time with the use of her exquisite steps. When he heard Demonis G's mockery, the smile on Heavenly Secrets' face disappeared as he glanced sideways. Elders, please kill her. No, this won't do. Half-martial ancestor Li Heng's expression changed as he frowned. She obtained the inheritance of Founder Master Ling Long. Even for the sake of the Founder Master, we can't kill her. Heavenly Secrets glanced sideways and asked coldly, if she takes the Azura away, he'll probably be at the Mahayana realm by the time he returns. At that time, there'll be rivers of blood in Enigma Palace. Who will take responsibility for that? But half-martial ancestor Li Heng wanted to argue still. However, Heavenly Secrets waved his hand. There's no need to argue about this. As the young master of Enigma Palace, I have the right to give this order. Strike. The other half-martial ancestors frowned slightly and were hesitant. Demonis G had obtained the inheritance of Founder Master Ling Long, and it was the most important inheritance. If they attacked her, it would be a great disrespect to Founder Master Ling Long. Half-martial ancestor Qian Tian and half-martial ancestor Divine Turtle Dove exchanged glances. Both of them could see a fleeting, strange blood glint in the depths of the other's eyes. Bang! Bang! The two half-martial ancestors attacked at the same time without any reservations. The might of a half-martial ancestor descended. Although Demonis G had the exquisite steps, her movement speed was still greatly affected. How dare you? Demonis G hollered softly. I've obtained Fairy Ling Long's inheritance, and yet you guys dare to try and kill me. H, a demoness that bewitches the entire world deserves to die. Half-martial ancestor Qian Tian hollered and was unmoved. A fiend and a demoness barging into Enigma Palace is a crime punishable by death. Half-martial ancestor Divine Turtle Dove said coldly. Pew! Pew! Two flying swords slashed down. They slashed down almost at Demonis G's head. A wisp of black hair fell. It was a close shave. Demonis G broke out in cold sweat. Normally speaking, given the fact that she inherited the exquisite steps, Enigma Palace would not harm her even if she committed a grave mistake on account of Founder Master Ling Long. However, She had not expected Enigma Palace to be so ruthless. Poof! Poof! In her moment of distraction, 2 wounds appeared on her body. Even with the exquisite steps, she could not last long against the pursuit of 2 half-martial ancestors. Am I going to be buried in the exquisite killing formation today? Demonis G laughed bitterly. All of a sudden, a long howl sounded from afar, as loud as the clouds and approaching rapidly like a thunderbolt. Demonis G's eyes lit up when she heard that howl. Chapter 1446, Massive Battle. Chapter 1446, Massive Battle. Heavenly Secrets narrowed his eyes and murmured softly, having already guessed who it was. It's him? Everyone from Enigma Palace frowned slightly. It was a robust roar with surging blood chi. Although they were thousands of kilometers apart, one could still sense the strength of the intruder. What's happening? Who dares to come over to Enigma Palace to create a ruckus? A mighty figure of Enigma Palace looked into the distance with an unfriendly expression. Seems like it's time for Enigma Palace to establish our dominance. Another mighty figure said slowly. Let's go. The mighty figure of Enigma Palace leaped up and said in a deep voice, let me see who's the intruder. If you're here to target Enigma Palace, Fufu, don't blame me for being nasty. The other conjoint body mighty figure soared into the air as well. I'll go with you. Both mighty figures felt pent up. Be it the Azura, Yang Beichen, at the front or Demonis G who came later on, the 2 mighty figures could not defeat either of them. Now that another tactless person had arrived, the 2 conjoint body mighty figures could not help but speed in the direction of the howl. However, the 2 of them did not walk far before 2 figures appeared in the distant horizon and arrived before them in the blink of an eye. One of them was a young monk holding a green lantern in his hands. He had handsome features, clear eyes, and a calm expression. The other person had green robes and black hair, looking refined and scholarly. However, there was a sharp glint in the scholar's eyes and he exuded a shuddering killing intent. Who are you? The mighty figure of Enigma Palace hollered. Desolate Marshal. The green-robed cultivator did not stop in his tracks and said 2 words that were earth-shattering. The expressions of the 2 mighty figures of Enigma Palace changed starkly. It was mighty figure Desolate Marshal. Although they resided deep in Enigma Palace and rarely roamed the cultivation world, they had heard too many rumors about Desolate Marshal over the years. The moment Desolate Marshal's name was spoken, the auras of the 2 mighty figures of Enigma Palace were crushed. This is Enigma Palace. One of the conjoint body mighty figures took a deep breath and composed himself, saying in a deep voice, even if you're Desolate Marshal, you can't barge in. Otherwise, you'll be killed without mercy. Throughout history, no one had been able to barge into Enigma Palace. As the largest sect and faction in the cultivation world, Enigma Palace's foundation was terrifying and could not be shaken by a couple of paragons and monster incarnate. The 2 mighty figures of Enigma Palace gradually became more spirited when they thought about their fellow sect mates and 10 half-martial ancestors behind them. Scram! Suzimo's gaze shifted. When he saw Yang Beichen and Demonis G trapped in the exquisite killing formation and met with danger repeatedly, his expression turned cold and his killing intent surged. Audacious. The 2 mighty figures of Enigma Palace hollered with darkened expressions. As mighty figures with the backing of Enigma Palace, they had never been scolded like this before. You guys are the audacious ones. Suzimo's gaze was like lightning and he had no intention of wasting his breath on the 2 of them. Without stopping, he charged forward and threw 2 punches towards them. You! The 2 mighty figures of Enigma Palace widened their eyes and channeled their blood chi and dharmic powers hurriedly, raising their arms to defend. They had not expected that Suzimo would be even more domineering than the Azura and attack them without a second word. Bang! Bang! The 2 mighty figures of Enigma Palace blocked Suzimo's fist. However, both of their faces revealed immense pain. Crackle! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Their arms were snapped by Suzimo's fists. The power of that punch was still extremely terrifying, breaking through their defenses and landing on their chest. Poof! An arrow of blood burst forth from their backs. Their chests were punctured by Suzimo's punch and their hearts exploded. Their blood chi deteriorated instantly. Conjoint body mighty figures could regrow severed limbs by surging dharmic powers. However, that punch nearly ruptured their bodies and their injuries were way too severe that they could not recover within a short period of time. Two conjoint body mighty figures fell from midair with pale expressions. In fact, neither of them could stop Suzimo at all. Zimo, don't step into this formation. Right then, Demonis G's voice sounded. As long as you can stop the others, I can take Yang Beichen and leave. All right. Suzimo nodded in agreement. He had long heard about the legend of the exquisite killing formation. Given his combat strength, he would not be able to escape if he were to fall in and would only be buried. Desolate Marshal. Half-Marshal Ancestor Li Heng said in a deep voice, you've already sown deep feuds with many supersects and yet you dare to provoke Enigma Palace? I have no feud with Enigma Palace and I've never thought of becoming enemies with you guys. Suzimo said slowly, however, Heavenly Secrets set up a trap in Heaven and Earth Valley and harmed my life. There's only one person I want to kill. What a joke. Heavenly Secrets is the young master of Enigma Palace. Half-Marshal Ancestor Li Heng frowned. If you want to kill him, you'll be going against Enigma Palace. If I'm not wrong, the titular disciple of Enigma Palace is Lin Xuanji and he's the #1 candidate for the young master. Since when was it Heavenly Secrets' turn to cause trouble? Suzimo asked coldly. Where's Lin Xuanji? Get him to come out and meet me, Suzimo shouted. Desolate Marshal, you have rapacious designs and colluded with a primordial taboo to try and massacre humans to rule over Tianhuang mainland. Heavenly Secrets smiled gently. Lin Xuanji has a close relationship with you and can't be unrelated. He was suppressed under palace rules a long time ago. All right. Suzimo nodded. Since that's the case, there's no need to talk about it. Before his sentence was finished, Suzimo strode forward and arrived before Half-Marshal Ancestor Divine Turtle Dove and Half-Marshal Ancestor Chen Tian in the blink of an eye, chanting Sanskrit. Om. Ma. Ni. Pa. Mi. Hom. The 6 words of Daming Mantra were released at the same time. Suzimo's hands changed rapidly and in the blink of an eye, 6 Daming Dharmic seals burst forth and suppressed the 2 Half-Marshal Ancestors. You must have a death wish. Insolent. The many experts of Enigma Palace cursed. There were a total of 10 Half-Marshal Ancestors standing here. There were more than 100 conjoint body mighty figures present. Unless there was a Mahayana patriarch, such terrifying strength was not something a mere conjoint body mighty figure could contend against. It wasn't just Half-Marshal Ancestor Divine Turtle Dove and Half-Marshal Ancestor Chen Tian, the other Half-Marshal Ancestors attacked as well, wanting to suppress Desolate Marshal right away. At the same time, 100 conjoint body mighty figures surrounded him. Junior brother, leave these conjoint body mighty figures to me, Mingzhen said in a deep voice. Before his sentence was finished, Mingzhen surveyed his surroundings and chanted a Buddhist proclamation softly. He conjured hand seals and attacked the conjoint body mighty figures. Hell Suppression Seal. The legacy dharmic seal of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. The descent of that seal could suppress hell. The moment the gigantic seal descended, the mighty figures of Enigma Palace felt a suffocating might and their expressions changed. Of course, there were many mighty figures in Enigma Palace. Although the hell suppression seal was powerful, Mingzhen's cultivation was slightly inferior to suppress 100 conjoint body mighty figures. He had just advanced to the conjoint body realm after all. On the other side, the moment Suzimo exchanged blows with the 10 Half-Marshal Ancestors, he did not hold back at all and a massive battle broke out. The mountains shook and the weather changed. Chapter 1447 Mystic Firmament Record. Chapter 1447 Mystic Firmament Record. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 Half-Marshal Ancestors of Enigma Palace attacked at the same time and more than 10 dharmic weapons tore through the air and whistled through the air, releasing an extremely terrifying power. The dharmic weapons of Half-Marshal Ancestors were even stronger than mighty figure dharmic weapons. There was a trace of divine power in those dharmic weapons. Although that trace of divine power could not turn dharmic weapons into dharmic treasures, it was enough to transform mighty figure dharmic weapons and increase their strength significantly. If it was a mighty figure dharmic weapon, Suzumo could fight it head-on with his Green Lotus true body. However, he did not dare to be careless against so many half-martial ancestor dharmic weapons. Slapping his storage bag, Suzumo took out a dark grey mountain and it expanded with the wind. It was the ancient unique treasure, the Mystic Magnet Mountain. In the blink of an eye, the Mystic Magnet Mountain had already grown to a height of 1,000 feet. At the conjoint body realm, Suzumo's dharmic powers were pure and powerful. The size of the Mystic Magnet Mountain was also increasing and the magnetic force it emitted was at its limit. The mountain peak that was 1,000 feet tall descended and shrouded everyone's heads. It simply covered the skies and rumbled with a suffocating might. The power of magnetism had a huge impact on the many dharmic weapons present. The more metal ores and materials used in the dharmic weapons, the stronger the suction force. Some of the mighty figures of Enigma Palace were distracted and their destiny dharmic weapons left their control and flew towards the Mystic Magnet Mountain. Cling. Clang. In the blink of an eye, dozens of dharmic weapons flew away and were pinned motionlessly on the Mystic Magnet Mountain. With that, the pressure on Ming Zhen decreased significantly. However, the Mystic Magnet Mountain had almost no effect on a half-martial ancestor dharmic weapon. Humph. Half-martial ancestor Qian Tian sneered, "Our dharmic weapons are fused with the power of divine powers and the Mystic Magnet Mountain is useless. So, this ancient unique treasure is in your hands. That's perfect. Since you've offered yourself, Enigma Palace will accept this ancient unique treasure." Half-martial ancestor Divine Turtle Dove did not conceal his intention to kill for the treasure. "You still want to snatch my treasure?" A green streak of light appeared on Suzumo's glabella and he scooped, squeezing the creation lotus platform in his palm as he said coldly, "I'm just afraid you won't be alive to do so." Swoosh. Suzumo channeled his blood chi and instantly, the sound of a tsunami surged from his body in a terrifying manner. Bang! 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 His blood chi surged and a glow spread. He raised the creation lotus platform and repelled all the incoming half-martial ancestor dharmic weapons. The creation green lotus was indestructible. Even a half-martial ancestor dharmic weapon could not destroy it. Mystic firmament sword chi. Half-martial ancestor Qian Tian conjured hand seals and dharmic powers surged between his hands. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic sword was formed with a sharp edge and torrential sword chi. Slay. He pointed forward and hollered softly. The gigantic sword tore through the air as though it wanted to slice the world into two. Mystic firmament dharmic seal. Half-martial ancestor Li Heng conjured a dharmic seal and his dharmic powers were incomparably pure. Carrying the might of thunder, he smashed down towards Suzumo. Mystic firmament cyclone. Half-martial ancestor Divine Turtle Dove rubbed his palms together and a dharmic power storm swept over, causing sand and rocks to fly everywhere in a dizzying manner. The other half-martial ancestors of Enigma Palace attacked one after another and released terrifying dharmic arts. The cultivation techniques that the half-martial ancestors cultivated were the foundational secret of Enigma Palace, the Mystic Firmament Record. The Mystic Firmament Record was created by Fairy Ling Long and was all-encompassing. Be it dharmic arts, secret skills, sword arts, formation, elixir and weapon refinement techniques, they were all detailed within. More importantly, it was said that the human emperor chipped in to perfect it at the end of the book, causing the power of this cultivation technique to increase tremendously. The dharmic arts of a half-martial ancestor were no small matter. Furthermore, there was a wisp of divine power in those dharmic arts. No matter how strong the dharmic powers of a conjoint body were or the grade of his cultivation techniques, they were no match for the dharmic arts of a half-martial ancestor. On the other side, heavenly secrets did not attack Suzumo. He had a deeper understanding of the entire situation. On the surface, Suzumo was the greatest threat right now. However, in reality, Suzumo alone was not enough to deal with Enigma Palace. The key to this battle was to kill the Azura as soon as possible. Therefore, at the start of the battle, Heavenly Secrets left the battlefield and arrived above the exquisite killing formation. Although he had a smile on his face, he released a killing move in his hands, prepared to kill Demonisji and the Azura within. When he saw that, Suzimo did not hesitate. He closed his sword fingers and conjured a sword art, roaring into the skies. Bang! Boom! Boom! Killing intent shook the heavens and countless stars appeared in the firmaments, shifting positions with chaotic trajectories. When the heavens' killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. TSK. 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 One after another, sword chi burst forth from Suzimo's body in a blinding manner in tens of thousands. Half-martial ancestor Qian Tian and the others were shocked. The Battle of Beiming Town and Six Stars Mountain happened recently. Furthermore, it was relatively secretive and almost nobody saw it. Many experts of Enigma Palace knew that Suzimo knew the heaven-slaying sword art, but none of them knew that he had already comprehended it to that level. The heaven-slaying sword chi enveloped every single point of sight. Under normal circumstances, even the heaven-slaying sword chi could not fight against dharmic arts that were fused with a single divine power given Suzimo's cultivation realm. However, there were way too many heaven-slaying sword chi. If one sword chi was not enough, he would use 10. If 10 was not enough, he would use 100 or 1,000. Although the gigantic sword conjured by half-martial ancestor Qian Tian was sharp and had a torrential sword chi, it was filled with injuries when it was struck by the 1,000 heaven-slaying sword chi and dissipated instantly. Half-martial ancestor Li Heng's mystic firmament dharmic seal was riddled with holes by the heaven-slaying sword chi. The mystic firmament cyclone of half-martial ancestor divine turtle dove had already been pierced by the heaven-slaying sword chi and dissipated into the world. Bang! 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 10,000 sword chi burst forth and clashed against the dharmic arts of the 10 half-martial ancestors of Enigma Palace, causing a deafening bang. The entire void was almost torn apart by the thousands of sword chi. The dharmic powers in the battlefield surged. Even ordinary conjoint body mighty figures wouldn't be able to withstand such a collision and would be shredded into pieces by the various powers. That killing intent and sharpness were way too immense. The dharmic arts of the 10 half-martial ancestors of Enigma Palace were blocked completely. Half-martial ancestor Qian Tian and the others had wary expressions and had no choice but to retreat slightly to avoid the sharpness of the heaven-slaying sword chi for the time being. Some of the mighty figures of Enigma Palace who were initially exchanging blows with Ming Zhen could not dodge in time and were slashed down by the incoming heaven-slaying sword chi. None of them had expected Suzimo to be able to release such a terrifying counterattack against the suppression of 10 half-martial ancestors. Seizing the opportunity, Suzimo's figure flashed and he released boundless golden light. Instantly, he arrived before Heavenly Secrets and raised the Creation Lotus platform, smashing it towards the latter's head. Heavenly Secrets wanted to kill the Azura and Demonisji. There was no way Suzimo would let him succeed. Chapter 1448, Celestial 5 Degenerations. Chapter 1448, Celestial 5 Degenerations. Unknowingly, a folding fan had already appeared in Heavenly Secrets' hands. The smile on Heavenly Secrets' face did not reduce when he saw Suzimo appear. He closed his folding fan and tapped towards Suzimo's Creation Lotus platform. The folding fan was about to collide with the Creation Lotus platform. The corners of Heavenly Secrets' lips curled as he revealed a strange smile. Suddenly, the folding fan in his hands changed directions and pointed forward. The folding fan tapped towards Suzimo's wrist. This time round, the variation was extremely small and it was a last-minute change. It was rather sentient and displayed Heavenly Secrets' powerful heart. Heavenly Secrets was definitely not weak to become the young master of Enigma Palace. It was not only in terms of his scheming and planning, his combat strength was extraordinary as well. Back in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, he could even fight Yang Beichen. If not for Monk Daming's secret attack to destroy Heavenly Secrets' blood refinement fiend Sutra, Yang Beichen would have been doomed in that battle. All right. Suzimo's spirit perception was strong and he sensed it before Heavenly Secrets changed tactics. He stopped in time and forcefully lifted his wrist. If his wrist were to collide with Heavenly Secrets' folding fan, even if it wasn't severely injured, the outcome wouldn't be good. Heavenly Secrets sneered coldly. He seized the opportunity to retreat and distance himself from Suzimo. Desolate Marshal, do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Heavenly Secrets still had a smile on his face, as though he was in control of everything and was incomparably confident. Suzimo's gaze landed on the half-martial ancestors of Enigma Palace who were charging over and suddenly shouted, "Your young master of Enigma Palace has cultivated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra." The 10 half-martial ancestors paused for a moment. Most of the half-martial ancestors frowned and revealed puzzled expressions. The Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra was way too terrifying that even they were wary of it. If the young master of Enigma Palace were to cultivate it, things would get out of hand. Only half-martial ancestor Divine Turtle Dove and half-martial ancestor Qian Tian had calm expressions. Half-martial ancestor Divine Turtle Dove sneered, "Desolate Marshal, what nonsense are you spouting? You can't slander the young master of Enigma Palace casually." "That's right." Half-martial ancestor Qian Tian said coldly, "Desolate Marshal, you're the one who truly cultivated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Back in the Battle of Myriad Phenomenon City, countless people witnessed you releasing the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, Fufu." At that point, the many half-martial ancestors of Enigma Palace nodded to themselves and the doubts they had vanished. Suzimo furrowed his brows slightly. He had indeed cultivated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, but he had sensed the danger in time and no longer used it. However, it was different for Heavenly Secret. In order to cultivate his fiend techniques, Heavenly Secrets even set up a killing trap in Heaven and Earth Valley and schemed against countless sects and factions to refine the bloodlines of all the experts in the world. Although he and Heavenly Secrets cultivated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, they were fundamentally different. However, there was no way to explain that. Nobody would believe him even if he explained it. Not far away, Heavenly Secrets smiled faintly with a mocking expression, as though he was mocking Suzimo's unnecessary actions. "Desolate Marshal, why are you doing this?" Heavenly Secrets smiled gently. "It's fine if you don't believe me." Suzimo had a calm expression. "Let's see how long you can last in my hands without using the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra." Since everyone from Enigma Palace did not believe him, Suzimo would force Heavenly Secrets to use it in public. At that time, the truth would naturally be revealed. "Desolate Marshal, you underestimate me." Heavenly Secrets shook his head gently and retracted his smile gradually. "You've only just entered the conjoint body realm. Do you really think that you're invincible among your peers? It's enough to suppress you." Suzimo's gaze intensified as he conjured hand seals. His body shone with the power of thunder and was blinding, as though he was in a thunderstorm. "All right." Heavenly Secrets nodded slightly. "I'll show you what I'm capable of. 5 celestial degenerations, first." Heavenly Secrets' hands shifted continuously as he conjured an extremely mysterious dharmic art and pointed it at Suzimo. A strange power descended. Suzimo could not dodge at all. The dharmic power that Suzimo had just conjured dissipated rapidly. The power of thunder dimmed and vanished in the blink of an eye. Second degeneration, essence spirit degeneration. Heavenly Secrets hollered and changed his hand seal, pointing at Suzimo. A strange power descended on his essence spirit. As though his essence spirit was locked by an extremely terrifying power, the power of his essence spirit deteriorated at an extremely fast speed. Even though his essence spirit was fused with the Tao of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects and was pure and condensed, it could not defend against the corrosion of that power. At this speed, his essence spirit would probably wither within dozens of breaths. Suzimo's expression changed slightly as he moved his palm and sent the creation lotus platform into his consciousness. The black-haired essence spirit strode onto the creation lotus platform and assumed a lotus position. Phew! 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 The 63 lotus holes spewed out rays of green light that surrounded the black-haired essence spirit and gradually negated the power. Even so, Suzimo broke out in cold sweat. Such methods were truly unheard of. There were many dharmic arts and secret skills in the world. Even with his experience, He had never encountered such a terrifying secret skill. Phew! Right then, Heavenly Secrets chuckled. Not bad, you're actually able to withstand the first two powers of degeneration. After a brief pause, he changed the topic. However, there are three more. I want to see how long you can last in my hands. This was what Suzimo said earlier on, and Heavenly Secrets returned it completely. Third degeneration, physical body degeneration. Heavenly Secrets pointed his dharmic art at Suzimo. Suzimo furrowed his brows slightly. The strange power descended once more. But this time round, his flesh began to wither and his life force drained under the influence of that power. Before he could react, Heavenly Secrets' voice sounded once more. Fourth degeneration, bloodline degeneration. The moment he said that, Suzimo's blood chi began to deteriorate and drain rapidly as well. His body was like a gigantic airbag with a hole punctured. His blood chi drained continuously at a shocking speed. His body and blood chi were failing at the same time. Heavenly Secrets had a smug expression as he smiled gently. The dharmic art in his hands changed once more as he said slowly, fifth degeneration, lifespan degeneration. Instantly, Suzimo's lifespan decreased continuously. A secret skill to reduce one's lifespan. Up till this point of his cultivation, apart from Baron from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness, Suzimo had not encountered a secret skill that could reduce one's lifespan. But today, he finally saw it on Heavenly Secret. Although this secret skill was not as terrifying as Baron, it had the effect of decreasing one's lifespan by hundreds of years with a single breath. What was even more frightening was that the secret skill released by Heavenly Secrets did not merely reduce one's lifespan. It degenerated the 5 sources of power of a cultivator: dharmic powers, essence spirits, physical body, bloodline, and lifespan. These were the 5 degenerations of celestial beings. Chapter 1449 Appearance of the Azura. Chapter 1449 Appearance of the Azura. The celestial 5 degenerations used the power of heaven and earth to weaken the root of a cultivator's strength. There were very few people who could cultivate the secret skills of the mystic firmament record successfully. It was already rare for cultivators of Enigma Palace to cultivate the first 2 degenerations. Even from the ancient era till now, there were not many people who could cultivate the 5 degenerations completely. The celestial 5 degenerations was extremely powerful. If all 5 degenerations were released and used on a person at the same time, that person's dharmic powers, essence spirit, physical body, bloodline, and lifespan would be depleted. Even if that person did not die, he would be equivalent to a cripple. The scariest thing was that this person had to watch helplessly as his dharmic powers, essence spirit, physical body, bloodline, and lifespan withered. He had to endure the pain and suffering. In the ancient era, there were often cultivators who could not endure it before the end and committed suicide on the spot with their Tao hearts crush. The fact that their cultivations that they had worked so hard till this point to grind was destroyed overnight was an experience worse than death. Suzimo sensed the changes in his body with a cold expression. Heavenly Secrets' combat strength was indeed strong. If he had encountered Heavenly Secrets a few years ago, he would have been doomed. But now that his Green Lotus true body had undergone a complete transformation, Suzimo was equivalent to a reborn Grade 7 Creation Green Lotus. Legend has it that the Creation Green Lotus was an utmost treasure of the upper world and could only be born after seizing the creation of heaven and earth. No matter how strong the celestial 5 degenerations was, it merely borrowed the power of heaven and earth. Let's see if your celestial 5 degenerations or my Green Lotus true body is stronger. Suzimo's gaze intensified as he channeled his bloodline with all his might. Under the envelopment of the power of the celestial 5 degenerations, his aura rose against the tide and surged rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through a critical point. Suzimo's figure seemed to vanish from the spot, and in its place was a towering creation Green Lotus that connected heaven and earth. It was jade green and crystalline without any impurities. A gigantic lotus blossomed slowly with a dazzling glow. Bloodline phenomenon. This is Creation Green Lotus. The many half-martial ancestors of Enigma Palace exclaimed. Even heavenly secrets frowned. He could predict everything in the world and divine everyone except Suzimo. Previously, he tried to divine Suzimo's situation but nearly suffered a backlash and his essence spirit was almost destroyed. Ever since then, he no longer dared to attempt it. Be it the Battle of Beiming Town or Heaven and Earth Valley, few people in the cultivation world knew about it. Less than that, they did not know that Suzimo had already grown to such an extent. By the looks of it, Desolate Marshal has already fused with the creation Green Lotus. How terrifying! As expected of the strongest monster incarnate in history. Does this mean that Desolate Marshal will grow together with the creation Green Lotus and its cultivation will advance together with his? That's a little terrifying. If the creation Green Lotus grows to grade 8, even Emperor weapons won't be able to destroy it. Many half-martial ancestors of Enigma Palace could not help but exclaim when they saw that. The power of the Celestial 5 degenerations gradually dissipated. Although the Celestial 5 degenerations could weaken anyone, it could not do anything to the creation Green Lotus. Humph. Half-martial ancestor Divine Turtle Dove said coldly, "What is there to be worried about? Let's join forces and kill Desolate Marshal here to eliminate all future troubles once and for all." That's right. Half-martial ancestor Qian Tian nodded as well. Everyone, Desolate Marshal colluded with a primordial taboo and has evil intentions. He's even more dangerous than the Azura and we can't let him leave. Half-martial ancestor Li Heng hesitated for a moment. However, when he saw that the two half-martial ancestors, Divine Turtle Dove and Qian Tian, had already charged forward, he could only attack as well. 10 half-martial ancestors charged forward once more. The creation Green Lotus swayed gently and released a terrifying power. The void was like a calm lake that suddenly rippled. The 10 half-martial ancestors had grim expressions. Although the ripples looked weak, they were extremely terrifying. Even their bodies would be crushed if they were rammed by it. The 10 half-martial ancestors controlled their destiny dharmic weapons and blocked in front of them, neutralizing the incoming ripples. They did not have an easy time defending against the ripples. The 10 half-martial ancestors shuddered and looked at Suzimo with even more caution in their eyes. Bang! 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 After a slight breather, Heavenly Secrets joined forces with the 10 half-martial ancestors and counterattack. Dharmic arts tore through the air and the power of half-martial ancestors descended. They surged and struck the creation Green Lotus. The attacks rained down like a violent storm and the creation Green Lotus bent from the wind several times and was almost crushed. However, the creation Green Lotus straightened its body before long and stood proudly. The storm was intensifying. Finally, this creation Green Lotus of the universe could not hold on any longer. The lotus leaves on the Green Lotus were riddled with holes and wounds appeared on its stem as well. Suzimo could not withstand it and his human figure reappeared. "Desolate Marshal, your finish." Heavenly Secrets said coldly. "Not necessarily." As Suzimo's blood chi surged, the wounds on his body healed rapidly. His gaze inadvertently landed on the exquisite killing formation beneath. At that moment, 2 figures walked out slowly from the exquisite killing formation. Heavenly Secrets' expression changed. As though he realized something, his figure swayed and he suddenly dodged into the distance. Right then, a pitch-black saber beam descended from the skies, slashing in the direction of Heavenly Secrets with endless hatred and torrential killing intent. Heavenly Secrets had sensed it long ago and avoided it first. Another half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace who was standing there as well did not have the same luck. When the half-martial ancestor saw that he could not dodge, he raised the saber in his hands instinctively, wanting to defend and find another chance to escape. Clang! The pitch-black saber beam struck his saber. The saber beam shuddered and revealed its true form. It was the Azura, Yang Beichen's hatred fiend saber. The fiend chi intensified. The saber of the half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace shattered instantly. The saber beam expanded and cut the half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace into 2. Fresh blood gushed out. The half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace channeled his dharmic powers fanatically and wanted to reconstruct the lower half of his body. However, the pitch-black fiend chi on the Hatred Fiend saber had already surged into his body through the wound. Not only did that fiend chi contain the Hatred Fiend chi, there was also the Azura Fiend chi. The power of hatred and killing dominated the body of the half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace and destroyed all life. If this half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace were to abandon his body and escape from the battlefield with his essence spirit, he could still survive. By the time he realized, it was already too late. Fiend Chi surged into his spirit platform and tore through his consciousness, devouring his essence spirit. In the blink of an eye, his essence spirit was destroyed and he died. A half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace was dead. Heavenly secrets, pay with your life. A roar filled with hatred and killing intent sounded in the world. Anyone who heard it could sense the grief and indignation in it. Up till this point of the battle, Suzimo had finally won some time. The Azura had reappeared. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.